Will the Committee on Budget please come to order? It is 9:03 a.m. It is Wednesday, March 13, 2024, our third day out of 4. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining us. First up, I would like to welcome our committee members. We have our Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Committee Member Toba and Committee Member Say, and our Committee Member and Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, as well as Council Vice Chair Waters. So later on, Councilmember Tupolo will be joining us remotely by video conference. So when she does join us, I'm going to repeat this prompt that I will mention at the end regarding members joining remotely. But pursuant to Section 92-3.7 to the Hawaii Revised Statutes, this meeting will be conducted as a remote meeting by interactive conference technology with the following procedures in effect for the meeting. Members of the public will be allowed to provide oral testimony on all items on the agenda through 2 ways, remotely and in person in the council chamber. Remote and in-person oral testimony will be allowed when the agenda item is taken up. Before testifying, each person shall state their name. Each speaker may not have anyone else read their statement and is limited to a 1-minute presentation on each item. All persons who have registered to testify remotely by video conference will be called upon first, so remote testimony first. When your name is called, please monitor your screen and activate your audio feed when prompted. I'll then give persons who have not registered an opportunity to offer testimony. Please utilize the raise hand feature on Zoom to be called upon. For those joining us by telephone only, please press *9 to indicate your desire to speak. I will then identify you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. And when your number is called, please press *6 to unmute yourself when prompted. And I'll repeat that if I happen to see any person online as well. Some friendly reminders and tips. Please video conference from a quiet location if possible. And if you're watching the proceedings on Olelo, please mute your television at the time you're called to testify. When the timer on the screen reaches 0, please conclude your remarks promptly. Once all the remote testifiers have testified, I will proceed to in-person testimony in the council chamber. Persons who have not registered will be given an opportunity to speak following the oral testimonies of the registered speakers. With HRS Section 92-3.7, although this is a non-voting agenda, I'll just repeat this. It requires all votes at remote meetings to be conducted by a roll call unless unanimous. Therefore, I'll first call for objections, and if there are any, I will call for a roll call vote. For those council members participating, and I will repeat this for Councilmember Tupolo when she jumps on, participating from outside of the council chambers in accordance with HRS Section 92-3.7, the meeting will automatically recess if we lose audiovisual contact with you and cannot reconvene until we reestablish contact. Therefore, please announce beforehand if you will be voluntarily signing out of the meeting. As for written testimonies including the testifier's address, email address, and phone number will be available to the public as described on the posted agenda. And as a courtesy, please silence or turn off all cell phones. And I would also like to welcome Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. I like your Barong Tagalog today. Okay, moving forward, day 3 of the departmental budget briefings. Members, it's a new agenda for today, and members, as you all know, if you do not get to ask your questions to all the departments, we have the opportunity to submit questions to the departments, which actually sometimes is greater or better because the questions that we ask are oftentimes given to us in more detail as well. With that, we're going to take up I'm going to announce the departments that we have listed for today. I'm going to announce when we're going to be breaking for lunch so that none of the post-lunch departments are waiting. First up, we're going to have Department of Land Management, followed by Department of Community Services, followed by Department of Parks and Recreation, and then ending the morning or the first half of the meeting or hearing with Department of Planning and Permitting. We will then break recess for lunch, and then begin up with the Department of Information Technology, then Department of Facility Maintenance, Department of Design and Construction, and Department of Human Resources, and then head on over to the agenda item number 2 for the legislative budget review. With that, we are starting our agenda item number 1 of the Executive Capital and Operating Budget Review with remote testifiers. With us for remote testimony, we have one registered testifier. We have Angela Young.
Chair, testifier is not logged on.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else? Is there anyone else online who wishes to testify? If you are on the phone, please press *6 to raise your hand. Seeing none, okay, we will now. What is this one? These are two of the same. Okay. We will now move on to in-person testifiers. We don't have any registered in-person testifiers. Is there anyone else who wishes to testify in person? Please come up to the podium. Okay, seeing none. Members, we are now proceeding to the informational briefing by the departments. With us today, first up, we have the Department of Land Management. Their departmental communication is 177. You can come up. I'm just trying to kill time for you to set up your presentation. Members, you can, not members, members of the public can view it online on our Honolulu City Council or our H&L docs, and once again, it's Departmental Communications 177. With us from the Department of Land Management, we have Director Tashner.
Good morning, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, and other members of the City Council. My name is Kat Tashner, and I'm the Director of the Department of Land Management. I'm pleased to present the Capital and Operating Budget Review for the Department of Land Management. I am joined today by Deputy Director Keith Suzuka and Administrative Specialist Tai Tomimoto, and our Land Management Administrator, Natalie Jones. We will begin our department budget review with the discussion of our operating budget, comparing the fiscal year 24 appropriations and the fiscal year 25 request. We will highlight several budget requests and issues, and thereafter we will discuss the capital improvement budget, program budget requests for fiscal year 25. Beginning with departmental positions, our fiscal year 25 request is for 34 full-time employee positions. This is an increase from the fiscal year 24 budget, which includes the budget for 30 full-time positions. This increase is based on 4 new positions in our Asset Development Division and include 1 senior clerk typist and 3 staff to oversee and monitor the city's Clean Water and Natural Lands Fund and program. These 4 positions, together with another 10 positions, will be created through a departmental reorganization, which we initiated in September 2023. Reorganization was required because although the Asset Development Division has functionally existed since DLM's creation in 2016, it was never formally established as part of our organizational chart. Because of this, we have been unable to fill these positions on a civil service basis, which results in an artificially high vacancy report. We have completed the union consultation and recently received the requisite approvals to begin recruiting and filling up to 11 vacant or new positions on a civil service basis. These positions will assist with key deliverables and will include land acquisitions, land leases, private partnership agreements, and development agreements. The fiscal year 25 budget request will ensure that once the reorg is complete, we will have the funding required to begin recruitment for these critical positions. DLM's anticipated expenditures will increase in fiscal year 25, due partially to the addition of the 4 salaries as well as collective bargaining increases. Our fiscal year 25 also includes an increase in current expenses, which includes funding to provide security efforts, operating costs, and deferred non-routine maintenance costs for recently acquired assets. Within the past year, DLM has acquired 4 new assets: 1615 Alawai, the Kihapai lots in Kailua, the former First Hawaiian Bank site in Iwilei, and the Iwilei Center. In particular, Iwilei Center is a large operating asset with existing tenants. As the city proceeds with its redevelopment plans, these tenants will move out and the city will need to subsidize the operating costs, such as CAM, for the vacated spaces and other non-routine maintenance expenses. Our fiscal year operating budget therefore includes a funding request for these costs. DLM's budget also includes funds for homeless services to operate out of Iwilei Center, and we will defer to the Department of Community Services for more information on the anticipated services to be provided. As aforementioned, because DLM's organizational chart was never created to include the Asset Development Division, we are unable to fill those positions on a civil service, which results in an artificially high vacancy report. While the reorganization is pending, we are filling these critical positions on a personal service contract basis. Of the 20 vacancies reported, 12 are filled on a contract basis. We are working on onboarding an additional 2 staff, and 1 is posted for civil service recruitment. So, although the report shows that there are 20 vacancies, our actual vacancy count is significantly lower, and we utilize a majority of the budgeted salary savings for contract staff salaries. Once the reorg is complete, we will be able to fill up to 11 positions on a civil service basis. So we are requesting the additional 9 positions in our budget so that we may utilize the salary savings to fund contract positions while we undergo a second reorganization to create a portfolio management division, which will create new civil service positions to complete grants of easements, disposals, and other real estate transactions on behalf of DLM and other city departments. The requested budget will allow us to continue to fill these positions on a contract basis until we are able to do so on a civil service basis. DLM is not requesting for overtime in its fiscal year 25 operating budget request. The Department of Land Management does not charge user fees for the services that it provides. We do, however, charge rent for use of city real property interests under our jurisdiction. DLM's property portfolio primarily includes affordable housing projects, and we provide property management services for approximately 1,500 affordable housing units across 21 properties. Rents collected from these units are deposited into the project accounts, which are then used to fund operating costs, including any capital improvements. The Department of Land Management does not take any funds or rents from these affordable housing projects. In addition to the affordable housing projects in our portfolio, there are some commercial units, parking stalls, and telecommunication facilities. Revenues generated through the rental of these items are reflected on the slide. Anticipated revenues for fiscal year 25 are slightly lower than in fiscal year 24 because several of the revenue-generating assets are or will be transferred out of DLM's portfolio, and because bids received from proposers for users of these space were not as high as anticipated. This slide also lists certain efforts by DLM to increase future revenue generation, which include increased coordination with other departments to increase collections and streamlined policymaking to support quicker deployment of available assets. Finally, DLM's fiscal year 25 capital improvement budget includes 3 new projects. First, the Affordable Housing Fund established under the charter has been transferred to the Department of Land Management for administration in partnership with the Office of Housing. Second, the acquisition of Iwilei Center gives the city, Iwilei Center and the former First Hawaiian Bank site, give the city the opportunity to participate and lead master planning efforts in Iwilei. Accordingly, capital funds are requested to plan, design, and provide affordable housing and other permitted uses, area connectivity, supporting infrastructure, and related relocation assistance. These funds will be administered in partnership with the Office of Housing. Finally, the Department of Community Services has identified a potential location for a new office building where it can centralize its operations under one roof. Some funding was appropriated in the fiscal year 24 CIP budget. Additional fiscal year 25 funding is requested for acquisition of this asset. In summary, our operating budget for fiscal year 25 is as shown on the slide and includes the budget for 34 full-time employees. At this time, we're happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Director, and I want to thank you for your succinct presentation. I really appreciate it. My first question, I know that I normally let the members ask questions, but this is super important because I've seen it all throughout all the 8 years of Department of Land Management is the lack of providing an organizational chart that is in the executive operating and program and operating budget book. So this is the 8th year, the 8th time. I know that you weren't director for all those previous years, but that has been the same request to the department. So may I ask you please provide an organizational report that is relevant so that we can share see and provide the information, compare the information that has been seen throughout the years of DLM. And we request for it to be categorized as a chart as other departments have it, including the FTE count. Please label each FTE count under each division with a classification title, grade, filled or vacant status, and fund source. And also note whether or not the position, the FTE, is filled with a personal services contract.
Understood.
Thank you. Okay, members, I'm going to go with Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Mahalo, Chair, and thank you, Director, for the presentation and all the work you're doing to, I think, continue to stand up. I know it's been 8 years, so looking forward to progress over the next year. I wanted to first dive into the CIP projects. I know BFS Director talked earlier in the week about how there's going to be reliance on last year's funding that was still, still usable since the CIP budget is good for 2 years. So when we're looking at the Affordable Housing Strategic Development Program, it sounded like you said earlier that all the Affordable Housing Fund money is going to be coming under DLM's purview. So is that correct that you're going to be kind of overseeing that, or is that last chunk of money going to be put out through DCS, or how is that going to work?
Sorry, to clarify, the Charter Affordable Housing Fund, the Department of Land Management will be administering that in partnership with the Office of Housing.
Okay, that's what I thought I heard. And then just going through the outstanding CIP money, there's the Community Revitalization Initiative that was under DCS. Is that staying with them, or is that going to be under you?
That will remain under the Department of Community Services.
Okay, and
note that a portion of it was OIC'd to DLM for use towards the Ibile Center acquisition.
Okay, and then at this point, is it fair to say that it could be OIC'd if there's a need, or we think DCS is going to keep complete control of that amount?
If there is a need for a land acquisition or other real estate transaction, it may be OIC'd over to the Department of Land Management for use.
Okay. And then what, could you just say what OIC is?
Yes, officer in charge.
Okay, and so that would be when a department gives its authority over funds or a project to another department through a memo. Okay, perfect. And then I know we had the $170 million in the CIP budget under DLM. Is that's going to stay under your purview?
Correct.
Okay, and then there was $20 million for affordable housing for homeless under DCS. Is that's going to stay with them?
Yes, especially with the new homeless coordinator at the Department of Community Services, we will rely on them for programming of the homeless assets.
Okay,
and
perfect.
Budget.
Mr. Samoku, I think, yeah.
Correct.
Okay, and then affordable housing with preference in TOD was under DLM, and I'd imagine that stay with you folks. And then homeless service facilities, about $35 million was with DLM. Is that something you're partnering with other departments on, or how is that going to be used?
Yes, there is an OIC in process, moving that over to DCS for programming and use.
Okay, the totality of that, $35 million?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. And then just the last question I had before I'll give our colleagues opportunity. So for the Clean Water Natural Land Funds, I know it came up in Mayor's press conference, and so I was just curious if the city had anticipated projects kind of in the works, or if it's just working to get the word out and maybe invite more solicitations or projects rather to use those funds.
Both. So
Okay.
there are 4 projects that were approved by the Advisory Commission as well as the City Council, so those are in progress. But, we are always looking for opportunities to evangelize the Clean Water and Natural Lands Fund for use for conservation acquisitions.
Okay, about how much would be left if those 4 projects go through?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
About how much would be left in the fund if the projects you mentioned go through?
I can provide a written update to you with
Okay.
the exact number. I don't know it offhand.
Okay, mahalo, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, Thank you very much, Committee Vice Chair Wire. We're going to go with Councilmember. Before I go to Councilmember, I have to announce that Councilmember Say has joined us in the meeting as well. Committee Member Say. Okay, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Say.
Thank you, and thank you for your presentation. I wanted to dive into a few of the current expense items. I note that there is additional costs for things like private security guards at the 1615 Alawai Boulevard project, which is in Chair Waters' district. I know he's been working on having that redeveloped. And there's a number of other kind of sites where they're kind of just in limbo, and we're spending all this cost just holding them, maintaining them in derelict condition. So I wanted to ask how the department and perhaps how we as the council can get more velocity on these things by opening up, by making it easier, I think, for us to redevelop these properties. What changes need to be made so these things happen faster and we're not wasting money just doing basic maintenance on a shell of a building?
I think one critical opportunity for the city to look at is reevaluation of Chapter 38. That is the ordinance by which we lease city-owned property. Chapter 38 has not been touched for many years. It is very slow and it is very restrictive. We are currently working on amendments to that so that we can more quickly deploy assets. Which would include all of the, I think the ones that you're referring to.
Thank you, and I look forward to working with you on that. I have some ideas for Chapter 38 as well. I also wanted to ask about, on the revenue side, there's a small item about telecom facility rental. And do you determine those fees, or is that determined by DIT?
So they're actually established in Chapter 38.
I see.
So they have not been amended for probably 15 years. They could use some updating.
Yeah, I notice we often have resolutions saying that the amounts listed in ordinance aren't fair or equitable for the city, and I think it is time for us to look at it in a way that makes sense given the needs of, I guess, all the telecom companies.
Completely agree.
Thank you, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Councilmember Say, followed by Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Good morning, Director. Couple
Good morning.
questions. One of the issues that we've been hearing the past 3 days, as far as the budget hearings, was in regards to office leasing. What agency is in charge of the comprehensive office leasing program? Office leasing meaning, as an example, yesterday, prosecutors spent close to $500,000 on leasing plus CAM, Hart $500,000, and we have other departments that need help for more expansion of their office and the services such as the medical examiner. My question this morning is, who is in charge of overall master leases or all of these leases that the county has right now?
So the responsibility is bifurcated. DLM assists with negotiation of all acquisitions, including leasehold acquisitions. However, once the lease is negotiated, the department with control of the site is responsible.
Okay. Have we ever thought about maybe lowering, or not lowering, but decreasing our office leasing amounts, whereby that particular savings could be used for acquisition of city properties, meaning offices that they could then relocate to? My concern is the fact that if we don't know what the left hand or the right hand is doing, how is the city monitoring the resources, which is the money that we spend today?
Agree. So last year, the fiscal year 24 capital budget included acquisition costs for 3 different office buildings, one for the Emergency Services Department, one for the Department of Community Services, and one for the remainder of the city. We are leasing too much space. It would be great to have another office building. For that general office building, the city did submit a letter of interest, but the seller decided to go with another party into due diligence. So that particular property fell through, but we continue to evaluate whether other opportunities exist.
And the other question would be, can we maybe have a forecast or projections of what your department feels like we could acquire for these services that are being leased right now in off private sector.
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Just how do we start planning that we're going to pare it down as far as finding commercial spaces that we can acquire and then have these particular departments? And the only reason why I say this, after going over the CIP budget, I know it's very, very tough. And I don't have the answer. It's just that, you know, if a priority of this council should be to support the decrease in our lease rentals, that would be a major savings that we could have. But, you know, I'll leave it to the council members to make that determination on top of affordable housing. The other question now, Madam Chair, may I continue on? Who's the manager of Ali'i Place?
So that is ground leased. So the city has a ground lease interest, but it is leased to a third party.
But we have title, right, to the property.
Correct.
Ground lease, we have title to it. So the third party is who? Who is charging a tremendous amount of increases in lease rent and also CAM.
I don't know the exact name offhand, but I'm happy to provide it to you.
Okay, but would you have the, not the contract, but would you have the knowledge of how many more years do we have with this third party as far as the lease agreement?
Yes, we do have that information. I'd be happy to provide it to you.
Okay, just that the thought would be, you know, I've noticed throughout the county that condominiums or business buildings, I was even asking the question about, gee, how come we didn't look at buying the Davies building for all city services that is now being reused or readaptive? And the Walmart building would have been another one. My thought is just that, did we miss the boat as far as how you look long term? Because these developers are going to be making money, or else they wouldn't invest in it, right? So I just bring this up for your consideration and for the managing director's office in hearing. Is there some study that will be providing to the council in the out years as far as lowering our lease rent and acquiring properties that we can relocate our city on top of affordable rental housing and workforce housing? Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Say. We have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you. I noticed that the Affordable Housing Fund is now in your budget instead of DCS. So can you tell me how will you be using these funds, and if you'll be issuing solicitations for developers? DCS previously used these funds for both city construction of affordable housing rentals, city acquisitions of special needs housing, and solicitations to developers for acquisitions and development of affordable rentals.
So the Charter Affordable Housing Fund will be administered in partnership with the Office of Housing. I'd like to invite our Office of Housing Executive Director to respond to that.
Aloha and good morning, Vice Chair Kia Aina. Thank you for the question. So the plan is
Director, can you please state your name for the record and your position?
Sure, Denise Iseri Matsubara, Office of Housing Executive Director. The plan is to issue a public solicitation, and the solicitation will look at leveraging to support low-income rental housing development.
And how much money do we have in the fund right now?
Right now, approximately 8.3 million.
Okay, and so it will be it could be for various solicitations or totality of the fund, depending on the parameters of the solicitations responses, correct?
So the criteria, everything is going through review right now by procurement, and I don't want to get ahead of it, but basically, and I did talk to one of the housing advocates that really were instrumental in actually crafting the legislation for this fund. The whole intent of this fund is to leverage resources. Because of the limited amount of funding, it really needs to leverage resources, and the target market is 60% AMI for 60 years of affordability. And the only program of scale that supports that right now is a low-income housing tax credit project. program.
Last year, we included over $233 million for the construction, acquisition, and other costs to support affordable housing, and $53 million to fund homeless service facilities, et cetera. And I noticed that there is no additional CIP appropriations proposed projects for what I just described in your fiscal 25. So can I ask what is the amount of fiscal 24 CIP appropriation that still remains, and what are your plans with them?
So that information is being collected right now. I believe we did report under the RESO, I think it was 2452. We are working on gathering that information from the different departments. I think it's in DDC, DLM, and DCS. And we'll be coming back before you and have each department available for questions when we're going through that.
Okay,
funding.
and then they have a two-year lifespan, yeah?
Correct.
So, and it is your intention to ensure that whatever the amount is, that you are going to use it efficiently and for the purposes stated.
We will do the best that we can. As I explained, I think it was on Monday, using the CIP funds requires a lot of due diligence. And so there's going to be time and operating monies needed to be done to happen with that. So we are going to move prudently, because the last thing we want to do is make large purchases and wind up with non-performing assets, as I cited in my testimony on Monday.
Okay, and that's why it's so critically important to have the right staff, right?
Absolutely.
Including at DLM.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. My last question has to do with Evalay Center. I know that Councilmember Wire asked about some of the homeless services that will remain at DCS. However, I noticed in your guys' budget, in DLM's budget, that a significant amount of general funds are being allocated for homeless services and deferred maintenance, $3 million and $1.1 million respectively. So how do you intend to use this property for homeless services?
So the budget request is in our budget because Evalay Center is in our portfolio. However, operating and programmatic inquiries, we will defer to the Department of Community Services for programming responses.
Okay, and do you know how you guys came up with $3 million, or should I wait till DCS comes up? Just because it's a significant amount of money, and when you look at what was provided for the Punavai Rest Stop and Hale Mauliola Navigation Center, it was 1.1 and 1.5 respectively. So I guess I'm just wondering, should I wait for DCS to ask that question?
Yes, but I do believe justification can be provided, so we'll provide that in written follow-up.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Council Vice Chair Kia Aina. So we have Council Chair Waters, followed by myself.
Thank you. Good morning. Hey, just to follow up on previous questions. So the FY25 budget includes $3 million to provide homeless services for the relocation, triage, medical care, respite, shelter, and other wraparound services at the Evalay Center. Can you please explain exactly how that $3 million will be spent?
So I will defer to the Department of Community Services for a response to that inquiry. They are responsible for programming of those funds.
So why is this in your budget and not in Community Services?
The Evalay Center is under DLM's jurisdiction, and so the budgeting is under our budget. However, we will OIC it over to the Department of Community Services for programming and use.
So is this Evalay Center the new building that was purchased by the city?
Yes,
How much did the city purchase that for?
a little over $50 million.
And where did that $50 million come from?
The funding source?
Yes.
So it was some monies from the Community Revitalization Fund, and the remainder was from the 170 appropriation, the affordable housing.
The CIP?
CIP, yes.
I see.
Thank you.
The 2025 request also includes $1,018,000 for consultant services for real estate and environmental appraisal services and conservation easement and environmental appraisal services. Can you tell me how that money is going to be spent?
Yes. So every time the city does a land acquisition, we need to obtain certain studies and reports to support our acquisition. Because those studies and reports precede the actual acquisition, we need to use operating funds to fund them. So if we're going to get a survey or a property condition report or an appraisal to justify our acquisition, we need to fund those with operating costs. And so that's why we requested that amount.
Okay, and these appraisals, are they public record?
They can be, yes.
How can the public access these appraisals?
They may make a request.
Can we put that on your website?
The
The appraisals, so and at least perhaps provide it to the council, or at least our ability to access those without having to make a formal request.
Of course, we're happy to provide the appraisals to you.
Okay, and that's $1 million. How much does each appraisal typically cost? I'm just familiar with buying a home, right? That's $500 to $1,500 or so. But why $1 million?
So we can provide justification for how we came up to that number. Real estate appraisals, the cost depends based on the type of asset, and the types of evaluation methods used. They can go over $50,000 for a complex operating asset. So it really does depend.
Do you have to put out an RFP every time you hire an appraiser?
No. So the city, typically, yes, we would need to go through procurement to obtain those services. For appraisal specifically, the city has a master agreement, which you procure for a 2-year period with a consultant, and then during that 2-year period, you can draw down on it. So it's like procurement, but a lot quicker. We're going through the process of setting up master agreements for other acquisition-related reports and studies so that we can complete the work more quickly.
I know oftentimes privatizing these types of jobs is faster and sometimes more cost efficient, but do you think in this case it would be better to hire someone in-house to do the appraisals and perhaps pay them a fraction of this $1 million?
So the city does have appraisers. They are within the land division of the Department of Design and Construction. However, the type of appraisals that they do differ significantly from the types of appraisals that we are ordering, for conservation easements or for other specialized assets.
Right. So that's in DDC, but what about in your department?
So each appraisal is different. I think it would be challenging to find someone who can do each different kind and bring them in-house.
Okay. Also, your budget includes $22,848,000 for affordable housing development and to increase the affordable housing inventory. Can you explain to us, I mean, it's kind of an exact number, $22,848,000. Sounds like you have something in mind already. Can you tell us what that is? And also, if we appropriated $170 million in CIP, you spent $55 million of that, right? You take the balance of that plus the $22,848.
Council Chair Waters, Denise Seri Matsubara, Office of Housing. So the 22.8 million, just to clarify, that's a program for Affordable Housing Fund. That's going to be another tranche of affordable housing funds that will have to be put out to bid for programming.
Okay, what does that mean?
So like the 8.3 million that we're in the process of soliciting out to the public, this will be another wave of funds that will be made available for the development of low-income rental housing.
Yeah, it's just odd that it's $22,848,000. So you're saying you don't have anything in specific in mind? you just gave us a number like that. It seems kind of random.
Let me see if I can, and I'm sorry, let me try and make this clearer. So the fund is established and the revenues from that fund comes from the 0.5% real property tax. The number seems odd because this may have been a remainder from an accumulation of funds that the fund had accumulated over time. And when the fund was being administered by DCS, I believe there was a project that had to end up returning the funds. So there's some odd amounts in there. And this is the accumulation that has occurred, of which BFS has now said this is the new tranche of funds that are going to become available.
So wait, are we talking about the revolving fund? I thought you said there was only 8.3 million in that fund.
There was 8.3 million that is going to be attached to a solicitation that's already ready to go. So that was, I believe, from a prior fiscal year. This will be for the next fiscal year coming up.
So my understanding is that this is what I'm talking about is CIP. Are you saying then that you don't need the 22,848,000 that is in CIP?
So and I was confused myself when I learned about this. These funds are actually general funds, but it's placed in the CIP budget by
so
BFS.
it's cash, but it's in
cash
CIP.
because they want to give it 2 years in a lifespan because of the programming and it involves development. So it was very confusing when I came here to learn that we have general funds in the CIP, but that's apparently how they have been operating it.
So who's going to administer this money? Your office or Department of Land Management?
It will also be DLM in conjunction with HOU.
Okay, and you don't have anything specific that you want to use this money for?
The fund is made, just like a solicitation that was made public in '22, it hasn't been made available publicly for years, and we saw that this process is working, and if it works in coordination with the LIHTC program, which is how I've been educated, that's what his intention was, then that's how you can leverage the funds. The screening that goes on for LIHTC already detects for project readiness, site control, financing is lined up. So all of those things are pre-screened for the city.
Okay.
Council Chair, really quick, because there's two different people speaking, I'm advised to have, before you speak each time, when you switch, may I ask that the directors identify themselves and position before responding to the Council Chair, if you guys are switching. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for the reminder.
In the past, the city, correct me if I'm using the wrong word, but gap financing, where the account accumulated something like 40 million, and we helped various developers with gap financing, each of them receiving somewhere between $3 to $5 million. Is that what you had in mind again with this $22 million in cash?
You're correct. So the fund itself, right, it's limited on a per year basis, and it's most effective when it's partnered with a program that can become the senior program with the bank to fund this type of low-income rentals, because the rent generated itself will not pay for the mortgage to develop.
Right. You know, you mentioned that a lot of these projects aren't feasible unless they get the LIHTC financing. My understanding is that Congress, the United States House of Representatives, passed a bill and passed it over to the Senate, increasing the amount of LIHTC available to the states. The Senate has not yet passed it. Does the city lobby the federal delegation at all in trying to increase the LIHTC financing for states? And if not, why not?
The LIHTC financing, so the only issuer of LIHTC is the state HHFDC, so they're the only authorized issuer of LIHTC for the state. we work in conjunction with the state and support that. The increase in LIHTC really is on the 9%, which we don't participate. So that's a 9%. It's a 12.5% increase to make up for the past 3 years where that increase had stopped. So that's what that, and it's only on the 9% LIHTC. We participate in the realm of the 4% LIHTC because that's where the private activity bonds come in.
I mean, we all, I think, need to work together to try to get as much federal funding that we can to each city and county in the state. You know, we were in Washington, D.C. recently with other counties lobbying our federal delegation for that. But I think it'd be also helpful if the administration were to advocate Congress for more LIHTC financing. As HHFDC testified recently, maybe 5 projects out of the 30 that are in the pipeline get approved every year. So just encouraging you to perhaps participate in that. Can I ask the director a couple more questions? And this is following up on what Chair Cordero was talking about. It would be really helpful if you actually did do a chart explaining to the council exactly what the reorganization looks like, because we've been talking about it and it sounds like we're close. So I just want to reiterate that. You know, we did look at the housing plan from 2023, and one of the sections was non-performing holdover assets. And one of them was Ena Road, which is also in my district. You know, to follow up on what Councilmember Dos Santos Tam was talking about, what are we going to do with Ena Road?
So Ena Road is going to be one of several solicitations that the Department of Land Management anticipates issuing within the year, looking for a development partner to enter into a development agreement and ground lease for redevelopment. Terrific.
And then for the LOI, as Councilmember Dos Santos Tam accurately pointed out, I think in your budget it's $300 some odd thousand for security, which, by the way, I really appreciate. But at the same time, I think it'd be less just to knock that building down.
So 1615, similarly, we are going to be issuing a solicitation looking for a development partner. We are giving the development partners the opportunity to evaluate whether they want to knock it down or whether they like to rehabilitate the building.
What is your inclination? Knock it down or to rehab the building, renovate?
I'm actually curious to see what the developers propose and how it pencils. The existing building only has, I think, 18 units, so we might be able to increase the number of units if we were to knock it down.
Yeah, I agree. I think if you were to go up, and we'll give you the height and density if you want it, because you could utilize the property much more efficiently. Okay, thank you so much, Chair Cordero.
Thank you very much, Council Chair. Next will be myself, followed by Councilmember Okimoto. Hi, Director. Thank you for your explanations. I just have a few follow-ups, and then a few new questions. Going back to the reorganization, how specifically has the reorganization or the planning for the reorganization plan to reduce the reliance on consultants and also to assist on the procurement process?
So the reorganization creates the Asset Development Division, which is responsible for, among other things, acquisitions. It creates up to, I think, 11 new staff positions which will be able to assist with due diligence review. We will still need to rely on consultants, and to that end, we've been working with the purchasing department to enter into master agreements so that we can do that more quickly.
Thank you. Oh, I already announced Councilmember Okimoto, but I had to announce that I'd like to welcome her to the Committee on Budget. Okay, next up, so in fiscal year 2024, I know you talked about the additional 4 permanent FTEs for this fiscal year, but in 2024, the council approved 2 new FTEs for in addition to the in addition to DLM's count. And what is the maximum number of FTEs that DLM anticipates over the next 5 years to be sufficient to meet their charter mandated responsibilities?
So our request currently is for 34 full-time employees. That number may go up. I mentioned earlier that we are going to be doing a second reorganization to create another division, which assists the other departments with real estate transactions. As we stand that department up, there may be requests for additional staff to do those duties. But at this time, we don't know the exact number.
Okay, and then in addition to, in relation to the 4 positions, how are they going to be fitting into your reorganization plan for this fiscal year?
So the 4 positions were included in the reorganization chart, which was submitted to the union, and we'll be happy to provide that to you as well.
Okay, thank you. In addition, so you want it requested to you via in writing? Or you'll just follow up? You'll just follow up?
Well, yeah, I'll send it to you.
Okay, all right. Let's see. My next question is in relation to, I know that the housing director was talking about the differences with the CIP and then the cash. Would you be able to explain again, because I had a hard time understanding the new CIP project that is tasked under affordable housing development. It is new to this fiscal year, right?
Correct, and I think it's the expected deposit of the real property tax revenue into that fund.
And do we know if there's an expected amount that would be in that CIP project?
So I think the anticipated amount is as reflected on our slide. We are happy to confirm that with BFS.
Okay, thank you. Next, I wanted to know, I mentioned consultant services earlier. Would you be able to please go further in detail the appropriation of the $1,018,000 real estate and environmental appraisal services and conservation easement and environmental appraisal services for consultant services?
Sure, I can provide a more thorough breakdown of the anticipated costs, but for each acquisition, there are several studies and reports that need to be obtained. Some acquisitions require different appraisals or different environmental inquiries, and so it does vary, but that number was based on an estimate, so I can provide that to you.
Okay. Thank you for promising that you'll follow up with that. Looking at it, it looks like the goal is to provide the services in-house then, under DLM, or no?
We will contract to provide those through consultants.
Do we know who these consultants are, or who they're contemplating to be?
Not necessarily, you know, although the city does have, for example, the city has a master agreement with an appraiser. That appraiser doesn't do conservation easements, and so on each conservation easement appraisal, we need to procure those services. So it does change from transaction to transaction.
And speaking of in-house, doesn't another department in the city have appraisers?
Correct.
And that would be BFS?
The Department of Design and Construction.
Design and Construction, okay. Understand. And we wouldn't look to having those appraisers do these real estate and environmental appraisal services, conservation easement and environmental appraisal services at all?
We do ask them to review each of the consulted appraisals that we obtain, but we do ask them to review it.
Okay, I don't know, I can't recall if this was asked, but I know that we happen to ask every year for the complete inventory list of the city. May we have that?
So the complete inventory exists via CHIRPS. So I'm not sure the best way to provide that to you, whether it's access.
Okay. CHIRPS, okay, I understand. Let's see. And I know that there's a talk about the rental units So in the detailed statement of revenues and surplus, it shows on page C67 that there was a 3 fiscal year trend decline, with the fiscal year 2023 collected at $917,048, and then at fiscal year 24 was $641,388, and then for this fiscal year at $497,188. Would you be able to please explain the revenue line item showing as a decline?
Yes, so several of the revenue generating assets have been, and additional others will be, transferred out of the Department of Land Management's inventory. So we do not collect those rents, and those are not reflected anymore. In addition, there are several units which we issued solicitations for when we anticipated generating a certain amount of revenue, but the bids that we received were not as high as we anticipated. So that also helps to explain why there is a decrease.
Okay. Do you have a schedule of the property or assets that your department, where the rental income derives their income from?
Yes, happy to provide that to you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And if you could also include the address or TMK and schedule date that that DLM acquires that income, or that income from that asset.
No problem.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Okay, next up we have Councilmember Okimoto.
Thank you, Chair. You actually asked the first question, the main question that I was going to ask about the 4 positions. Aloha, Director. So I guess my only other question really, and I know that a lot of the acquisitions that you deal with are for affordable housing, but on a personal note for my district, could you explain and again, my Pearl City Fire Station is a unique thing, but aside from the housing, we have to deal with acquisitions of other properties to meet city needs. So if you could just give a little update and maybe explain to us the process of how these types of land acquisitions work, so I know what to follow up on with you.
Yes, so correct. In addition to affordable housing, the Department of Land Management assists with all land acquisitions on behalf of the city. So if a department has a need to buy an office building or a fire station or a new annex, we will assist with that. So the department will request that DLM assist with the acquisition, and we have a request for acquisition form that we ask them to fill out. It includes information that we need to begin doing due diligence, but also to negotiate the transaction. Happy to provide that form of RFA to you, so you can see what type of information we're looking for. In some cases, land acquisitions must also be preceded by a public infrastructure map amendment, and so I can provide information on that process as well.
So the individual departments are not responsible to do this on their own. It's through, everything goes through you. Any type of land acquisition with the city will go through.
The real estate transaction comes through us. We do lean on the departments. If they say we need it, we ask them why, right? So they need to provide the operational, the funding and the funding to do the studies and the reports and all of that. But in terms of performance of the real estate duties, that is our responsibility.
Okay, that's good to know. So I know just so that the other departments don't feel the responsibility to then hire somebody to do what you're in it to do.
Well, so that is one point of clarification. We do provide guidance on, we're going to need to get this type of report. We do ask the departments to handle their own procurement. We are a very small team, so we can advise on the real estate issues, but actual procurement and going through the process, we do ask the departments to do that on their own.
Okay, good. Thank you so much for clarifying. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Okimoto. We have Committee Vice Chair Wire.
No, thank you, Chair. I just was going to follow up on Councilmember Say's line of questioning, and I don't know if you're going to send over the whole lease or just information he asked for Ali'i Place, but I was just going to ask for any terms that relate to like the buyout or termination of the lease, and if there's a cost associated with that. I don't want to create a bunch of work, but if there's any way to determine that, I'd welcome that info.
We'll provide the full lease, and then we'll excerpt out the relevant positions for your review.
Thank you. Councilmember Say, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. For Director, educate me if it's 8 years ago that it was the creation of this department was a city charter amendment. What was the problem prior to that city charter amendment?
So what I understand anecdotally was that each department was doing its own real estate functions, and so there was not a standard practice across the board. Okay, and then 3 years ago, you folks are underfunded.
And that's the kind of concerns I have, is how we create these departments without taking into consideration the administrative overhead costs and other costs that are attached. So my point is that you folks are trying your best. I would hope that in the next 2 to 3 weeks that we have more information in regards to, do we have a plan as far as not just development of affordable housing, but lowering our lease rents for the city and county of Honolulu. And that savings could be then utilized for other programs. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council Chair Waters.
Thank you. I forgot to ask, I'm looking at your expenditure by program under administration, current services, $5.7 million. Does that include the is there an appropriation for land acquisition for affordable housing development? Is that separate from the 22 million? Or what is the increase for?
I'm sorry, so you're referring to the Charter Affordable Housing Fund appropriation?
Well, I'm just looking at page B149, expenditure by program. Under administration, current services, 5.7 million, $5,796,061.
Council Chair, I just want to know, I'm also looking for it. Is in the operating budget book?
Yeah.
B149, you said?
Yeah, B149.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, I found it. Can you repeat your question?
I'm
one
just
more
curious
time?
what the increase is being used for. Or what-
Offhand, I'm not, I don't have that information in front of me, but happy to provide it.
Okay, terrific. And if you could just provide an update on plans for all the, I know I just talked about the projects in my district regarding non-performing holdover assets. But within the housing report, there was the Ivile Resource Center, Verona Village. We talked about Enna Road, but 820 Ivile Road, Royal Kunia Box Car Lot, and Delight Bakery, as well as Holona and Mohalamai. Don't need to talk about it now, but if you can provide a plan for all of those, that would be really helpful. And how that impacts the budget and whether or not any of these funds are going to be used to make non-performing holdover assets performing assets. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have our Council Vice Chair, Kia Aina.
No more questions. I just want to congratulate the director on her newborn boy.
Thank you.
And thank you for the leadership that you're providing to DLM. It's a new department and with Big Kuleana. And given that you'll likely have increased responsibility of not just fulfilling the mission, but also affordable housing, it's a tall order, and I'm wishing you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, any questions, comments for, okay, Councilmember Say.
So, Director, is your deputy director competent like you?
He's the best.
Okay, got it.
Oh my goodness, I did not expect that question. Okay, any other questions? Okay. Congratulations again. Okay, next.
Thank you.
Thank you. I gotta reconvene. Okay, so next we will have Department of Community Services. And their departmental communication is Departmental Communication 183. Departmental Communication 183. Once again, as a reminder, I will be recessing for lunch, for lunch break after the Department of Planning and Permitting. Once again, if you are DIT, DFM, DDC, and DHR, you are going to be after our recess. Okay? Just want to let you know that. And also trying to kill time to get the presentation up. All right, this is the latest one, yeah, Deputy Director. This,
We ready?
yeah, this is the slide. So Departmental Communication 183. With us from the department, we have both the director and deputy director, and speaking before us is Director Anton Krucky. Welcome. Good morning.
Thank you, Budget Chair Cordero, Budget Vice Chair Wire, Chair Waters, Vice Chair Kia Aina, and council members. I'm Anton Krucky. I'm the Director of Department of Community Services. I also have with me Deputy Director Edward Los-Banos, and also my team here from our department and our leadership. Thank you for letting me present our FY22 budget submission. And I'd like to go through it in a way that allows us to answer many of the things that are on your mind or to ask other questions about them. Department of Community Services is really all about human services for the city. And we have 5 divisions, other departments in our department that deliver those human services. So what I'd like to cover today is our total budget by division, our sources of funds, our service priorities, and then also our status on positions. So DCS initiatives, the budget total is $159 million, and that includes the 5 divisions that are listed there. I tried to give a little snapshot under each division that shows a particular project that each division is doing that highlights a big part of their budget. One of the other pieces that have come over to us and has been discussed earlier is the homeless coordinator position, and that group and that function, and that actually reports into administration. And we do that so that the policy and strategy of our homeless coordination can report directly to our deputy director and myself, while the other divisions execute the programs for homeless in their particular areas. Also, the child care coordinator is in the Office of Grants Management. So the sources of funds, really, Department of Community Services receives most of its funds from outside the city budget. A large part of our funding is federal, and then we also receive state funds, and then we have the money from the city. In the money that comes from the city really represents 19% of our budget, but really half of that is our grants and aid, which is a charter function that moves over to us. So really, we get all this activity of this $160 million with really a 12%, $19 million that the city provides to let us leverage those funds as we acquire them. So I try to give you a breakdown here of the particular sources of funds that we have, and we've kind of broken these down into the key federal fundings that we received. And in the federal grants, you can see a change in a plus up of 3.6 million. And really, that's really from 2 significant grants that Work Hawaii and our Elderly Affairs Division have gotten. And so those are estimations that of an uprise there. I think it's really good. I think also that you see in our grants in the general that it's up 3 million. And really, a big part of that was the operational funds that shift over to us when we were in charge now of developing Waikiki Vista. So 2.1 million of that was there. And then the other pieces of that increase are really for other homeless programs and support of our special needs housing. We have 68 properties across the island in our special needs housing in our portfolio. So what I'd like to cover now are our service priorities. And these really come from the goals that our different divisions have and the things that we hold them accountable to. So in our administrative services, as I mentioned earlier, the homeless coordinator that's moved over from the Office of Housing into DCS earlier this year, right, will be housed there. And the plan is to have that be a function of 3 full-time employees. We already have Sam over there in that position, and we're going to fund 1 more. And I'm kind of doing that from salary savings until we get to fiscal year 25, and then we'd like to add that 3rd person in that office. I think that function is so important to the city, And there's only so much I could get to myself personally in that area, and I just think there's so much more we can do. And I think you're going to see a lot of things rolling out in the year through that function. And then to support those are the programs in the homeless activity. And that's really where our community-based development division comes in. And they are the ones that really take the programs, whether they be from HUD or the state, and they deploy them. Those could be Housing First programs. They could be other things where we're supporting some of the shelters that we do and the other work that we do with service providers. And then we, as I mentioned before, $2.1 million for the Waikiki Vista project that was coming out. And you're gonna, after the mayor's speech, you're gonna see some press releases on that project and some of the things we're doing that's very innovative and I think very good for the community. Other service priorities for us is to deploy the child care strategy, and that really is an economic issue for us in the city, and it also supports the ROH 11-1.3 for not only bringing in the child care coordinator position, but also to tee up the child care advisory board. So this position that we're looking at is really for the support position, because we already have that position on board. Ted Burke retired from the city, and we have Jordana Fier coming on next week. And I look forward to bringing her here at the right time for an informational briefing on her plans. And it really is a revenue generation office for the city or function. And then in the elderly affairs division, we were able to, we're looking for some money, and we got state money to provide some services for equipment and everything else. Our plan here, in addition to the 4-year plan, which has already been submitted to council and you'll be reviewing it, is to really tee up an adult resource center. And this will be very visible. It'll allow our kapuna to come in and receive services and work with us and engage with us. And we just got news, we got a 2.5 federal grant to support that activity. So we're really looking forward to a new function for the city and the citizens to see in that area that wasn't there before. Our Work Hawaii division really has been very active in getting its grants. They get a lot of their money from the state in what they do. It's really federal to the state to pass through. But this money here, the $618,000 really is coming from federal funds, and it really is to deploy a spoke strategy. And so when I say that as a goal, it means that where we have our American Job Corps Center, we're going to start to have other centers around the island so people can come in and get advice on how they can get job training and such. And one of the strategies is to put our employees out in the public libraries, and there'll be times where they can be there and people can access them there. We're really trying to take, now that the pandemic is sort of manageable, if you will, really trying to make DCS accessible to people. And that's really our goal as we move forward. And then that last item in general funds for $105,000, in the state contract we were administering, it just turns out that those we were using state funds for that, and it turned out that they weren't allowed. So we've asked to move that function over so we can have the people run that contract, and that was the $105,000 line item that happened there. So vacancies is very important to us. It has a lot to do with how much we can not only get done, but how much access we can have. But because of our funding sources not being all city money that we're trying to do, you have to look at it a little different. So I'm going to try to walk you through, but our strategy is a net zero strategy. And if I could take the time to walk you through, we have authorized positions in DCS, we have 323. And the permanent positions that are filled are 113. So that would leave us with 210 positions open. But if you'll follow me, then the contract positions, we have 83 contract positions. And you have to have a position there to write a contract position against. So in effect, what you have is 127 positions open. And of those 127 positions, 6 have return rights. When somebody goes to another department, we have to hold that position for them. So 6 have return rights. That gets us to 121 open positions. And then we plan to deactivate 46 positions. And deactivation is a strategy more than just a position management. What I mean is that we look at the potential grants we have, and that's why those positions are there, so we can apply for a grant, we can apply for different money, and then we have the positions to go ahead and do that. We might hire contractors to do it, but the positions are there to hire the contractors against. But that being said, we went through all of our positions and said, we don't have any opportunity for these positions for a year, because if you deactivate a position, it's not available to you for another year. So we're going to deactivate 46. And what that does is that if you take that 46, it leaves us with 75 positions that need to be filled. And of those 75, 12 of them will fill by the end of this fiscal year. So those will be in the program. And so I listed each of those by position for you so you can see which people that we're going to do and that those 12 will be filled. So that if you then go back to my original chart, if those 12 are fulfilled, then you have 63 open positions. And so the charge to our folks in FY25 is to review those 63 positions. Now, they're there for a couple of reasons. They're there for two different reorgs that we're doing, one in the Elderly Affairs Division and the other in our Work Hawaii Division. And they need those positions there so they can swap them with other positions. And once they do that, then they can deactivate some positions that are in the old organization now that the positions have gone into the new organization. And then there are also positions there for grants that we're looking to apply for. There's a youth build grant. There's a few others that we're looking to apply for, and so we want those positions to get them. If we don't get those grants, then we'll deactivate those positions. So just so you get a feeling that we're on top of that situation, I provided you with a list of every one of those positions. And I'm not going to speak to that list because you can see it's quite long, but we have each one of those positions articulated, and then I work with my administrators on a regular basis to manage that list. So if we're able to manage that list, then the concept is a management to net zero. So I think we have a handle on the positions we have. It's a little complicated because of our sources of funds, but if you walk through those pieces, hopefully you can see how I take a look at it on a department-wide basis. So with that really is the part on the expense side. On our capital budget, it's not very large now because of a lot of things you discussed earlier, but in the programmatic area and emergency solution grants, there's 644,000. Some of these are they're estimates because like this in FY24, we were going along and the state was offering the different counties ESG money, as an example, ESG CV money, and none of the other counties would take it, and I took it because they didn't want to. It was the energy and the work involved in administering it. We took it and we'll use it, right? The home partnership is really for acquisitions and to help us with our special needs projects. And then the housing opportunity for the HOPWA program is really H3 and Gregory House, those programs that we administer under the CIP program. So I appreciate your attention and looking at what we're doing and take any questions that you may have. Mahalo.
Thank you very much, Director Krucky. I would like to ask the members if there's any questions. Councilmember Tolba.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for that. And awesome job in getting those grants. You talked about American, what was it? Hold on. In training for seniors. Any way we can provide services for high school students to, I remember, because we're always looking for vacancies. We're always looking for people to come into the city. I get the whole, with the seniors. Any way we can try to get to high school students so that they would want to come and make the city more attractive, even, down the line?
Absolutely. We're on the same wavelength, and we do some of our recruiting programs, and we bring them down to Cole, to Dole Cannery, and we do direct work with high school students that maybe college isn't where they want to go, and we direct them there. It's not just job training, but it's also connections. And so we hold fairs on that and coordinate with the schools to bus them over there to do that. Yes, sir. We have a job fair with those high school students next month, right?
Awesome. When I was in school, we had the CETA program. I don't know if anyone ever heard of the CETA program back in, and it was made so that the kids from low-income housing, 2-mile radius, would have an opportunity to work for the city or the state. But that kind of set the mindset on what you want to become later on. And, for me, I never wanted to be a janitor, even though I know, there's a lot of people, uncles and family members that all did well being a janitor. But, it helped set the path on, really, am I going to stay in school or, get a great, decent job in the city or the state? So is there any way we can look into possibly like really being aggressive in trying to reach high school students, especially now when we know that 35% of high school students are flunking.
So I appreciate those comments. We're very active in that area. Like I said, we have a job fair next month to do exactly that. Also, the Work Hawaii division is very active. We help the city on its overall job fairs. So we help set them up, we help do the logistics, and we help the command center that's inside there to work that. So absolutely. And, you know, we do work with also in the prisons for job training when they come out of prisons. We're just very active, and we really look to double the amount of people that we're doing in fiscal year 25, both in recruits and placements that we did in 24.
Thank you. I do want to thank the DCS for that. I know that I visited with Lei and Council Chair, and we did see a lot of actually students from Farrington with the state programs that's also housed under Work Hawaii at the same time. So thank you very much for that. And I think we also saw members from McKinley. I think it was McKinley and Farrington, and I forgot who else was there. But okay. Anyway. Council Vice Chair Kia Aina. I was like trying to think who was next.
No worries, no worries. Hi, Director. Your department is requesting an additional 7 positions, including 3 for DCS administration and 3 in the community-based development division, all with general funds. What are these positions for, and basically what would they be doing specifically?
Thank you for that question, Vice Chair. The 3 positions for are the homeless coordination function. And so you have a person, Sam, doing the strategy, policy adjustments, and really just working the territory, right? And then the other 2 are to support him in doing that. Some of the things that we have coming up, we're really going to increase our bed space. Our strategy in homeless is really all about everything we can do to get somebody to be willing to engage the system, and then constantly managing and understanding our resources to service those decisions. One of the things that we are doing right now in partnership with the state is the development of a command center. And I think that all of you in the council will, once we get that up, will like to participate, because you will be able to see in each of your districts, you know, what the land looks like. And that's including not only people that are suffering from homeless, but the resources in that area, the shelter bed space, and what the rates are there. And then you can also give us your input on actions we can take. So we look forward to that being a real change in the kind of decision making we can make, and we can deploy artificial intelligence to those decisions as well to give us other insight. The other 3 positions in the CBDD division, really, we already have in DCS. And so these folks are in our construction part of that division, and we were paying for them with other special funds, SLRF funds and other funds as we put them together. But these 3 individuals are the ones that are doing all these projects, whether it be where we're developing Pauahihale, whether the Waikiki Vista project, the Evil Center project. They were very involved in the Evil Resource Center, which you just saw last week, the announcement of that in a partnership with the state with the Behavioral Health Crisis Center. So those are those 3 individuals. The last one in that group is really a support individual for the child care coordinator. There's a lot of grant writing and activity that goes on there, and I'd like that coordinator to be able to have the support position. That's like, you see the numbers a little lower there.
Okay, thank you for the update. So the 3 new homeless positions will be to supplement efforts already being done by the CBDD division, correct? And then on the other ones with like construction capacity, it would be to also work with DLM on as well? Those
yes, they work very closely with DLM.
Okay, got it, thank you. CBDD is asking for $2.45 million more in general funds. Other than the 3 new position, which looks to be around $400,000 at most, what is the additional $2 million in general funds for?
Deputy Director will talk to that. It's his project.
Aloha, Edward Los Panos, Deputy Director, Department of Community Services. So the $2.1 million is to address some deferred maintenance at Waikiki Vista. actually a good portion of it is for deferred maintenance at Waikiki Vista. These are in operating funds because as a maintenance item, it doesn't quite meet the threshold to qualify as CIP and to be bond funded under a CIP type project. Those kind of projects include, the big one would be, two big projects off the top of my head would be the elevator modernization. And the second project would be waterproofing and sealing that building and some of the decks where there's some water intrusion happening.
Are those funds on top of the 1.6 million already allocated for operations for Waikiki Vista?
Yes.
Okay, so
it covers Waikiki Vista as well as other special needs housing projects. So
Okay.
as Dila mentioned, with their affordable housing, the rents don't make the mortgage, let alone maintain the properties.
Got
When
it.
we have our special needs housing, they tend to be a little bit hard. Those populations tend to be a little bit harder.
But in
on the houses.
totality, Waikiki Vista is going to be getting then more than $1.6 million for operations. It's going to get other funds from this $2 million in general funds. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And your special projects fund budget decreased by 1.3 million. Is that because it was COVID federal funds? What's included in special projects fund?
So special project funds are largely your state funds. So when we launched, I believe that one's a reduction in our HANA zone award from the state. We kind of deferred, well, let me back up. This was for our Housing First Increment 4 projects. So that one was slow to start up. So there was some deferral, a catch-up period, if you will. So we didn't take the reduction is for the fiscal 25 award, but basically we're still going to have that program going, but we're rolling forward previously awarded funds from FY24 from the state.
Thank you. And going back to Director Krucky, I do know, you talked about this stop. I don't know what you called it. What did you say we're going to be able to call a one-stop? Is that one stop? What did you say? A center?
It's a command center.
Command center.
Yeah.
So I have to tell you, and I'm pretty sure my other colleagues, proportionately with regard to our homeless population, I do believe in the urban core, they face more challenges than some of our districts. Having said that, I have been getting calls by both one which was a business, actually several businesses, and then also recently a preschool where you have habitual homeless individuals who stay at these properties overnight. And they have the property owners have very difficult time having them charging them a trespass when they call the cops. And I hope that your homeless team is going to help to provide relief because I'm in a quandary. I don't know what to do. A ramen shop in Kailua. Every day they have to go and clean it, and it's actually deterring business. And it affects all of the businesses in that area. So I actually went in each of the businesses to query them on what they could do, and they're frustrated because they're habitual. And so I guess, is this command center going to be the type of center where businesses, and I have a school in Maunawili, and it's and all of the kids are either preschool, they're young, preschool. And every day they come and they have to face the same situation, and they're worried for the safety of the children. So what do we do in circumstances like that?
Well, I share all those concerns as well. The command center purpose is to understand those situations so that then whatever decisions we make strategically or implementing in programs would be with that information. So it's not just a place where people could call in. They can call in and tell us about what they have there. What we want to do in each of these areas where there are encampment is there's a technology called the by name list. And once you have a by name list of who's there, these people that you're discussing, yes, then you can see what does that person need. Right? What is it? A documentation issue? Is it a drug issue? Is it economic issue? Whatever the issues are, then you can start to direct them into something that would work for them. I mean, you really don't address homeless unless you find a bed for them.
That's
but you
correct.
need beds of many flavors.
Yes.
right? You need different beds for different people, and that is solved one by one, and that's where the by name technology helps you do that. So we're trying to get to that. At the same time, like I said, we analyze resources. When we did the Oahu Housing Now program, and we gave vouchers out for families, we departed from the traditional methods that are usually used by HUD for the most chronic homeless. Now, I don't know if the individuals you described are in that group, but through that program, we housed 300 families and 850 people. And then we followed that up with emergency housing vouchers to keep them housed, and 92% of those folks are still housed. But what it does is it changes the demographics, and what you end up with is more single males on the street, right? Because we took those families off the street. And then you have to have different programs, you know, whether it's, you just have a lot more issues that are difficult to deal with to take attention that's not just a bed, you know?
When's the command center going to be up and running?
Well, I can't give you a date. We're in bi-weekly meetings with IT now. We've gotten some commitments from the state for funding for it, and then we'll try to get it up and running on a technology basis. And then once we do that, we're going to look at the funds we have that can put it in a center where you'll be able to walk in and take a look at it and see what the situation is and tell us this doesn't really reflect my district, right? And so that's our goal there.
But how about short of the command center, what if I need help? Who am I going to call at your department?
Well, you can call Sam Moku directly. You've always been able to call me. I've been sitting in that area. Please do.
Okay.
And we'll address it. And then, you know, the public can always call CORE, and they're expanding their services to reach more parts of the island. And I think that Jim Ireland will probably testify to that when he comes and sees you. That number is 768-CORE. Okay. 768-CORE.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Okumoto, followed by myself.
Thank you. I wanted to discuss something that Mayor Blangiardi brought up in his State of the City address last year, and perhaps he'll bring it up this year. And this is the issue of early childhood education. And, you know, I want to note that I'm clearly in support of this, but I don't know if this is a city function. And so I wanted to ask you to talk a little bit about that and how and why this is a DCS function rather than a function under, say, Lieutenant Governor Sylvia Luke, for whom this is a passion, or because I'm looking at the website for the Early Childhood Office, and basically all the links just point to the state. So what is this office doing specifically that's different than any other office that already exists on the state level? And I'm also asking this, and the second part of this is, I note that we have in ROH 11 an early childhood, child care advisory board that hasn't met for 20 years. What's going on here?
Thank you for those questions. First off, you started with childhood education, and this is not about childhood education. This is about early child care. Very different. If you look at, you know, there's a lot of studies out, but if you look at a wheel of things that a person needs to be economically sufficient, there's a sliver for childhood education. It's a separate sliver for child care, right? And so why that is an economic driver, and why the city, not only because of ordinance, wants to be in that business, it allows people to function more freely in our economic environment. And our processes for child care is about $17,000 on average per year that you pay for child care. That's more than it costs to go to UH for a year. And that really makes it difficult for it really makes it difficult for people that really need to be two working people in the family to both work. And sometimes they make decisions, look, I'm going to stay home because it's more cost effective for me to stay home than to go to work. And now we lose a person in the workspace, not just the person, but also the knowledge and everything else they bring. So this function could sit in economic revitalization. The Office of Economic Revitalization has just decided that we would come into DCS, and we're more than happy to run that function. There are a lot of things that we can do. By the way, we do plan to tee up that advisory commission, so we'll do that. And I'll have Jordana come, who starts on Monday. I'll have her come and do a briefing for you when it's ready. But in addition to that, there are a lot of programs going on where we can address the issue of accessibility and affordability for childcare, and that's the goal. And the more that we can do that, I think our island is a healthier place.
So I guess this begs the question again, why is this a city function and not a state function?
The state has early childhood education. This is not about education. This is about childcare. And so that broke off into the city. The mayor really understands how important this is economically to the city and to our folks, not only to other people that work, but also to our city employees. Being able to have access and affordability in childcare is very important. So it's really a operational function, which why it's not in the state, because that's an educational function. This is different.
So then, if it's so important, then why hasn't this board met for 20 years?
So the mayor announced this in his State of the City address last year, and we brought on Ted Burke. And Ted Burke's function at the time was to analyze what we had, our resources, and put together a plan going forward. And so he was just at the point in August and September to put together an advisory board, but he was leaving the city. And since he was leaving the city, we almost had what was an advisory board having meetings with him to finalize the recommendations to the mayor. And so he did that, but the official board hasn't been convened, but that's one of Jordana's tasks, as you see in our priorities and goals.
Thank you very much, Councilmember. Next, we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by myself, followed by Chair Waters, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. And aloha, Director Krucky. I think I remember asking similar questions last year. And I understand what Councilmember Dos Santos Tam is asking, because at some point, even though you say it's a function, I'm trying to figure out at what point, if it hasn't been working, do we actually, is this something that we continue on with? But that wasn't my line of questioning. I just wanted to say that I remember asking those same questions. You mentioned grants, and I appreciate Deputy Director Lasmanos coming and talking to my office, and I thank you for doing that. And I was very actually interested in knowing or learning that 80% of your department is funded through federal grants, so thank you for doing that. I'm really curious into, is it just you guys that do this, or are there other departments that are able to be funded this way? And if so, how?
Thank you for that. We take great pride in our ability to acquire these grants. Ours are all under Human Services. I think our Department of Transportation Services gains a huge amount of federal money for transportation. And throughout the different departments, whether it be emergency management, where they're getting FEMA grants, we go out and also get earmarks, federally directed money, and other departments do that as well. So I think the city overall tries to pay as much attention to that as we can.
Thank you. Again, I think the 80% was really significant to me. And you mentioned in your summary here that you have the Office of Grants Management and you have a list of things and that you cover. A lot of it is nonprofit, but dealing with communities' needs, definitely. I heard you say earlier that now that the pandemic is manageable, you want to make yourself more accessible. I was wondering, it seems like you have a lot of success. Do you have anybody in your department that does outreach or grants writing for local or small businesses?
Well, we don't write the grants for the small businesses. They write them and submit them to us. We do sessions with them to help them prepare and how to come forward with that. We do direct outreach to homeless individuals through Work Hawaii. Our Elderly Affairs Division is really pivoting now, where everything was delivered to a kapuna in their home, and now we're visiting them. We're trying to see how we can get them out to gracefully age in place. All of our groups are constantly working with service providers. I spend a lot of time with them myself. We can't write them for them because we have to assess them and accept them, but we try to help them prepare. And then we work with Partners in Care, which is the continuum of care, and we fund them, and they help them write them, right? And that's how we can get a separation of activity there.
So Partners in Care is the source that you go to for the grant writing?
Well, it's not a source I go to. It's a source. It's a activity that they provide to service providers.
Okay.
And we work closely with them.
Okay, but they're not contracted.
To do that, no.
To do that, no.
Not in particular. We contract them for different items, whether it be, we have many contracts with them. Their data center, that their dashboards that they do, and other activities. They do direct NOFAs with the government through HUD. So HUD requires each county to have a continuum of care, and Partners in Care is that designated continuum of care.
Okay. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Okimoto. So it'll be myself, followed by Council Chair Waters, followed by my committee Vice Chair Wire. First up, thank you. Next up, thank you very much for your responses to everything. I think a lot of the members asked a lot of the questions that I wanted to ask. My first question is in relation to, actually we're talking about, I guess, what do we call them? Adult residential homes, but I think they're kind of, I forgot what we are listing them in the LUO, but we're talking about them right now. And I know that our Elderly Affairs Division is a great resource. I love the Elderly Affairs Division. And I was wondering, with certain changes, which aren't too great in the LUO, is there an opportunity to have like the legislative branch or DPP partner with Elderly Affairs to let those who care for kupuna to know what would have been changed in the LUO when we do happen to adopt it?
We're very open to be part of that process and advising council. That's really a point issue because care is a difficult thing when you're getting into it and you don't really understand what it is you're doing. And so, yes, we'll be involved in that.
Okay, perfect. And also, I know that there's been a few of those residents, because I have a lot in Aliamanu and Salt Lake and Moanadua, and of course a lot in Kalihi for myself. So I just want to ensure that, sometimes the legislative branch, when we distribute information, maybe they gloss over it, even if it's a mailer or something like that. So if there are resources that the Elderly Affairs Division pushes out that they trust, I think that would be a great resource.
Yeah, we produce that pamphlet once a year, and it's one of the most subscribed things that we do. And we have to do multiple printings and get that out. We also plan, the mayor has a series of town halls coming up around in the different communities,
Right.
in the different districts,
Right.
and we plan on bringing information to each of those town halls and laying them out for people to have access to as well there.
Thank you. And I also, I think that was like one of the main things that was that we would pass out at our pop-ups, but now I think we don't have them anymore, but we definitely love them. Okay, so my next question is in relation to the 4% increase to the overall budget. Would you say that's mainly to the outside funding as opposed to city general funds increases?
Well, I think in all, the increases are more from us obtaining additional contracts with the state and federal. I think the other big increase is bringing the homeless group over. That's new as a function. Other than that, it's fairly flat. And,
Okay.
and a lot of the federal ones are estimates that we put in there for you. And without the federal government passing a budget, it makes it difficult, as we were in the fall and winter to do those budgets. So the actual amounts will vary a little bit now that they're finally getting settled on that.
Okay, thank you. And in that vein, I was wondering about how are we doing in ensuring that the social service providers are successful in spending down their contracts so it doesn't have to be returned?
Yeah, that's an ongoing issue, right? So that we don't have to reprogram. But it turns out in the end, you're going to reprogram. They may have estimated at the beginning of what they were going to do, or they didn't execute enough on time. So timeliness is something we review on a regular basis, and then the result of that is a letter that will come to you asking for reprogramming of the funds.
Okay, understood. And for the mention about the use of the libraries with the American Job Corps or Work Hawaii, is that going to be a memorandum of understanding or agreement with the libraries or the state libraries, or is it going to be, is there money in the budget to pay for that use? Or
Yeah, in our Work Hawaii division, underneath their state programs, they fund our folks to do that kind of work, whether they're doing it in the library or not. We have agreement from the library to, they give us hours and places, and then we constantly negotiate with them for better hours wherever there's better traffic. So it's really not a contract with the libraries, it's an agreement with the libraries to allow us to be there because it's a public facility. That's just one example of a hub strategy. The other is...
So we're not paying is what it is. Okay,
No.
okay.
No.
Just want to make sure. So you can continue. Your strategy is...
So we're looking for ways to not just be centrally located and have people come to us. Lay and the deputy and I, and her staff are constantly looking at other places we can be. We also have, in Waianae, we have a remote center there, and people come in and work there. But we want to be at events. And we're going to be taking our American Job Corps and that kind of accessibility at events on an ad hoc basis as well.
Okay, my last question is, what projects is what homeless projects is the city administration working on?
The list is very long. I think that.
How about within your department?
Yeah, but I think, well, in my department, it's very long. I think that you just saw the announcement last week of the Evile Resource Center. That was a very complex negotiation to be able to execute that. And I think you're going to see there will be money coming over from DLM to DCS to do other triage centers that are talked about that you mentioned earlier in this presentation. Waikiki Vista, the deputy director talked about, has a really modern concept to it, where one of the issues that service providers have is when they have somebody in a shelter, where do they move them to next? And so what we've done with Waikiki Vista is we have a program on one floor where Catholic Charities can bring people in and work with them, like a shelter, but it's just work with them. But when they're ready to be housed, because if you just house somebody and they're not ready to be housed, they fall out of housing. And one of the problems with that is if somebody goes into housing, you put them in housing and they fall out of housing, they lose their status and they go to the end of the line. So you don't want to move somebody to housing until they're ready for housing. So what we've done at Waikiki Vista is we've given them 3 more floors to provide housing. So that they'll have a place after they work with people to move them in, and then we have a contract with them to support those people when they're in that housing. This is the Family Assessment Center that we lost that used to be in Kakako, and so now we'll be able to bring that back in. So those will be families that we're doing. Our homeless list of projects is very long, and it includes many service providers and such. It's very, very, very active. And I know that there's a request for a presentation on that coming up, an informational briefing, and we'll participate in that briefing as well.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate your responses. Next, we have Council Chair Waters, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair Cordero. We ask your department to do a heck of a lot. And I'm not sure the community actually knows all the good thing that your department does. You expend your budget request is $159,615,627. And I just want to, for those watching, just let people know what actually happens to these funds. The Elderly Affairs Division continues to provide long-term services and support to seniors with the support of state and federal funding. In FY 2025, about $11.9 million is budgeted in state funding and about $5.4 million in federal funding for subrecipient grants. These grants provide much-needed services such as meals, transportation, personal care, attendant care, caregiver respite, education and counseling, adult daycare, homemaker, chore, housing assistance, and legal support and assistance services. These funds assist older adults to remain in their homes and age in place for as long as possible. The Community Assistance Division continues to support Section 8 programming with an FY25 projected budget of $73 million in federally sponsored rental assistance for low-income households, supporting over 3,900 low-income households in Honolulu. The division also started a new voucher program in 2022, emergency housing vouchers, which target families experiencing homelessness. The Office of Grant Management administers the city's Grant in Aid program, which provides funding for services to assist the economically and/or socially disadvantaged populations or other specified services for public benefit. The program provides Honolulu's nonprofits and needed support for important community-based programs. The Grants in Aid funds should have approximately $9.9 million available in its FY 2025 budget to award to these programs. An early childhood resource coordinator for the city was also budgeted in the FY 2025 budget to implement and coordinate the city's early child education strategy. And the hard-working folks at the Work Hawaii Division continues its mission of developing a quality workforce for businesses through the development of trained candidates while targeting people who face societal challenges in the FY 2025 budget for its non-city funded programs that increased by 4%. And finally, the Community-Based Development Division is continuing its homeless initiatives, budgeting $15.3 million, which includes a combination of city, federal, and state funds. This includes Housing First, which aims to provide case management and permanent supportive housing for 375 chronically homeless households, traditional housing, and related supportive services. It also includes $1.55 million for Hale Mauli Ola, a navigation center for persons and couples experiencing homelessness, $400,000 for a landlord engagement program, $400,000 for an outreach navigation program, $1.1 million to operate the Punawai rest stop, and $250,000 for shelter transportation services. In addition, $1.5 million for the U.S. Department of Urban and Housing Development for rental subsidies has been budgeted in 2025. Additional funds for the budget in 2025 are to support the necessary repairs of the Waikiki Vista and CBDD special budget properties to ensure the safety of those residing in special needs and affordable housing. So your department does a heck of a lot, and it hasn't gone unnoticed. So I just want to thank you and keep up the good work. And I'm hoping that this allocation in this year's budget can help further solve the homelessness problem, because we are all experiencing it like never before, it seems. Although I don't have the actual numbers of the count in time, but it just feels like homelessness is getting worse with folks coming from out of state and whatnot. So let us help you. Aside from what you've asked for, if there's any other way that we can help through this budget or anything else, please let us know. And thank you.
Mahalo, Chair.
Mahalo. I also echo those sentiments and appreciate everybody's work. Maybe with those thoughts, do you want to go ahead and introduce your team that are here too, so we all know who's doing the great work with you and Deputy Director?
Thank you. I'd be glad to. So I have Derek Ariyoshi, who's our Elderly Affairs Division Chief. I have Tim Ho, who's the CBDD Administrator, right? I have Shane Akaji, who runs the Grants and Aid Management Program, Lei Nakamura, who runs Work Hawaii, and Don DuPont is also there in the CBDG. And I have Sam Moku, who's here, our new homeless coordinator. And in the back, I have Galen Shintaki, who does our administration budget work. So thank you for allowing me to introduce them.
No, mahalo for that. And such an amazing team, and definitely agree and appreciate everybody's work. Just had a couple questions. I won't be too long. But first on the child care coordinator that's come up and just the work that they'll be doing, I first wanted to kind of get a better grasp or make sure we all understood what the city's obligations are, because it's my understanding that there are certain situations, like what comes to mind is the Kunia boxcar lot, where maybe there's areas where we need to be looking at childcare access. Can you share any more about that and maybe the city's role and would say even obligation or responsibility in that area?
Thank you for those comments, Council Member. In the Kanuya boxcar, you're absolutely right. There's a covenant that's attached to the property that requires, if we're going to develop it for affordable housing, that we have a child care facility there. And then there are other projects that have similarities. And so this child care coordinator will be an advisor to those groups. So what does that facility need? What's it made up of? You know, what are the expectations that have to be met, the thresholds and things like that. So in those development activities, the child care coordinator will be very active. I think the child care coordinator also will bring federal dollars to the city for programs that the nation wants to run in child care. I don't know if the new president's budget will be enacted or not, but there's child care credits in that budget, and being able to have our people understand, if that becomes available, how they can obtain those credits. I think there's a lot of communication that needs to be done, and that child care coordinator can provide that role to the city and the citizens on the county.
I appreciate that. And so seeing that as just, one area where the city has an obligation, sounds like you're saying that they'll be working with maybe other departments, maybe DLM, if they're the ones that are the, the point of contact for a particular project to ensure that we're fulfilling our obligations and increasing access to affordable childcare?
Yes, that's correct. Even a constant consulting on our Seagull schools that's here on our campus as well would be an example of that.
Okay, no, appreciate that, but also appreciate the understanding that in addition to Seagull schools, there are already other city obligations with covenants that may exist on parcels. I just wanted to understand which role or which position in OGM is the incoming specialist going to be? Is that a planner position or is it another position?
No, the position in the FY25 budget is for a administrative support position. The child care coordinator is already budgeted.
Okay, do you know which position that is by
What's that?
chance? Sorry to put you on the spot. Is that the, I imagine the administrator is the staff executive assistant. There's an admin specialist 3. Is that the child care
Yeah,
coordinator?
that's a support person. I'm not sure exactly the level for the child care coordinator.
Okay. Well, I'm asking for that just because I want to make sure we're recognizing the level of the position that's Jordana's going to be filling.
Yeah, it's a planner 7 position.
Planner 7, okay. And then just curious, because in looking at the position that's going in, and I'm sure there's a level of negotiation that's gone in or discussion with what the budget limitations are. But the office assistant 3, do we think that's a high enough level, or would it be better or more supportive to have a higher level if we're doing like grant writing? I mean, I'm just contemplating the nuance and the complexity that's involved in that. Just throwing it out there, but I wanted your input.
You know, we settled for that position, and we think it'll be sufficient. So, you know, if we can go with that, I think we're good to go for the fiscal year 25.
Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, Director. I know DLM mentioned some master agreements that they're working on for the due diligence portion of maybe land acquisition, such as the appraisals or the property condition reports, maybe the environmental assessments that need to be done. And I know that we also talked about with Director Tashner about the funding that's maybe in their budget or allocated to their department versus funds that DCS is going to be taking lead on. Do we anticipate you folks being able to use those same master agreements, or how is that going to work in terms of executing, like, for example, the homeless services funds, the 18 to 20 million that's in the budget and the other funds? I'm assuming that DLM is still going to be doing the actual acquisition, but DCS would be taking lead on how we're going to make that available, or could you just clarify that?
Well, it all hasn't been worked out yet, and so, you know, we'll kind of wait for the mayor and his announcements. But I'm very confident that DCS will be very involved once an acquisition is made, if it's a programmatic solution. So if it's something that has to be implemented as a program, that's where our expertise comes in, and that's when they send those funds over to us. The actual pieces of that, though, haven't been totally sorted out, and so I kind of would like to defer until after the mayor's speech.
Okay. Totally respect that. And I only bring it up because I know Councilmember Tupola brought up before, like, well, her question was specifically accessing maybe HUD money, but just when looking at the CIP budget, and I know Director Tashner mentioned like the homeless services facilities, 35 million was going to be OIC to DCS, that the 20 million for affordable housing for homeless is going to be maybe under Mr. Moku, but under DCS. And then also the community revitalization initiative, to the extent that it's not OIC'd over to DLM. So if council members are looking at particular projects in their communities, I'm assuming that they would reach out maybe to you and Deputy Director, and then also DLM to do maybe a meeting and conversation about how to use those funds. Is that a good approach to the process, or do you have any recommendations on that?
Well, if you go to DLM or you go to DCS, it'll be inputted into the Affordable Housing Work Group. And so that's where we convene, and we can head up and noodle that. I think in understanding your districts, we're always willing to work with you, and where you're highlighting certain properties, and we do put them on the list for evaluation and such. So please feel free to contact us.
Okay, really appreciate that. Thank you for all your work again, Mahalo, Chair. I'll turn it back over to you.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, Seeing none, thank you very much, Director Krucky, and to your team.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Next, we will move on to the Department of Parks and Recreation. Their department communication is D179. D179. And after the Department of Parks and Recreation, we are going to Department of Planning and Permitting, and then we will be recessing. And then after our recess, we'll come back with DIT, DFM, DDC, and DHR. All right, thank you very much. And once again, the departmental communications for DPR is Departmental Communication 179. With that, from the Department of Parks and Recreation, is Director Thielen. Oh, thank you. And I think everyone should be getting their presentation passed out right now. Does everyone have it? It's also online. Once again, D179. Okay, Director Thielen, go ahead.
Good morning, Budget Chair Cordero, Vice Chair Wire, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present the budget on behalf of the Department of Parks and Recreation. My name is Laura Thielen. I'm the director. I'm joined today by my Deputy Director, Kehaulani Pu'u. She's just ran out to grab something. And then we also have with us the management team for the entire Department of Parks and Recreation. We have the administrators, the district park managers, the maintenance support services manager, our botanical gardens director, as well as our horticultural services manager, and then some of our fiscal and planning staff. And they are here today to help us answer your questions. We want to begin by expressing our gratitude for all of the support that the council has provided to the department over the past 3 years. We greatly appreciate and respect the value that you place on these public spaces that are used by your residents, as well as the programs and events that we run. So thank you very much for your support. We know that the chair has asked us to keep our time short, so we have time for question and answer. I'm going to go over some slides. About 7 of them we're just going to flip through without commentary, just because they were asked to be presented, and they're there in case we need to go back for question and answer. We were asked to talk about the changes between fiscal year 24-25, the budget issues, the vacancies, the overtime, and the revenue sources. So I'll be spending most of the time on the budget issues because we do have some additional issues, but let me launch right into it. So the first slide is the department operating budget and the changes between fiscal year 24 and 25. The changes in the salaries, as with most of the departments, are due to the collective bargaining increases. We do have some additional positions in our budget issues that I'll cover in a second. Current expenses are relatively flat. The largest change is in equipment. As the budget director covered earlier this week, a number of the equipment budget issues were pushed over into the operating budget instead of the CIP, and that's the explanation for the difference here. Next, I'm going to begin our budget initiatives. We have 3 budget initiatives. We're asking for an additional 20 civil service position and 5 contract positions. The first budget initiative is for 2 positions, but the largest expense item in this is about $3,500,000, which is the TAT revenues that are dedicated for parks and natural resources. This money will go into the maintenance support services work program budget. Those are the types of large repair and maintenance and minor capital improvements that we've been working with you on implementing in our parks very successfully over the past 3 years. So this funding is greatly appreciated. The 2 positions, though, are really essential for us to be able to maintain the level of large repair and maintenance and minor capital improvements that we're doing in our department. Right now, that work program has a single person running all of the contracts, the single work program coordinator. And a single job may take multiple contracts that they're going to have to go out, bid the master agreements, and then monitor the work that's done. And the volume of work that we're picking up through this maintenance support services, we need to have the quality control. So we're asking for a second work program coordinator so that we can maintain quality control over those types of projects that are going in and keep the pace up. The second position we're asking for is a Administrative Specialist 3. You've heard many of the departments talk about the purchasing, the time it takes to get through purchasing to bid out the contracts for procurement. What we're talking about in our department and with BFS is bringing on a higher level administrative person in our department who would specialize in procurement. We would be able to work with the purchasing department and seamlessly keep these master agreements going year after year so we don't drop work. The cost of the two positions is about $136,000 a year. But the return on the investment is we can take some of the burden off of the purchasing office, and that will help all of the departments, not just our department. And then we can pick up more of the minor CIP and large-scale repair and maintenance, which frees up the DDC engineers to do other things, which again helps all of the departments, not just our department. So we'd ask for your support with that. The second budget initiative, this is one for equitable cleaning of park grounds. This is a grounds maintenance initiative. And I'm going to begin with a map just to remind you, we have 5 districts in our parks department. They are not concurrent with the 9 council districts. Look at the color. The red color is District 1. The green color is District 2. The purple color is District 3. The black color, which I call our District of Chile because it runs the entire length of the island, is our District 4, and the yellow is our District 5. When you take a look at the grounds maintenance positions, next slide, you'll see that under the budget and under the position descriptions, these ground maintenance positions are allocated by our park districts. So District 1 has 128 grounds maintenance, District 2, 127 grounds maintenance positions. District 3, in contrast, has 71 grounds maintenance positions. District 4, 91.4 grounds maintenance, and District 5, 74. When you take a look at the number of parks, you may think, oh, well, there's a difference in the number of grounds maintenance based on the number of parks, because District 3, 4, and 5 have fewer parks than District 1 and 2. Next slide. However, if you take a look at the additional lands that the districts have to manage, this is the beach rights-of-ways, the acreage of the parks, you'll see that the size of lands in District 3, 4, and 5 is significantly larger than in District 1 and 2, which would require more time for a grounds maintenance person to manage it. What you'll also see is that in District 3 and District 4, we have very large amounts of acreage of unimproved land. Now, unimproved land will take time to maintain because it becomes a site for illegal dumping, for encampments, or some of our unimproved lands are actually utilized as park spaces. They just have not been, had any capital improvements on them. And all of these need to be maintained. Next slide. If you also take a look at what are the types of staffing that they have in the districts, District 3 and 5 do not have a special projects unit. These are units where it'll be 3 maintenance people in a truck that are able to go around and supplement the grounds maintenance needs in the area. And then they also, in District 3 and 4, do not have parks with specialized crews. By that I mean you have Ala Moana, Kapiolani, Waipio, Central Oahu Regional Park, and Kualoa, where they have specialized maintenance crews that are housed there that can help supplement the grounds maintenance needs at the parks in the surrounding area. And then the last thing, when you take a look at the linear miles that affects grounds maintenance, our District of Chile, or D4, they have to drive a very long way between parks on a 2-lane highway that is crowded with tourists, and so that takes up a significant amount of time. The other things we looked at is the number of beach parks and the number of campgrounds. Both of those are the types of parks and the types of activities that develop a huge amount of garbage, especially over the weekends and on the holidays. And the number of containers that the different districts have. Because if you have a container, your grounds maintenance staff can go a short distance to remove trash out of the park and pick it up at a centralized location. So we have, District 3 has none, and District 4 has only 1. Now,
Director, I apologize.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you, I really do. But I have to announce that we have a council member online, and I have to do my prompt, if that's okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the following member is participating remotely by video conference. We have Councilmember Andrea Tupola and Councilmember Tupola, in accordance with Section 92-3.7 of the Hawaii Revised Statutes, please identify each person who is with you at your location.
Aloha Chair, aloha Director, and everyone else. I am here alone. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that council member who was participating from outside of the council chamber. In accordance with HRS Section 92-3.7, the meeting will automatically recess if we lose audiovisual contact with you, and we will not be able to reconvene until we reestablish contact. Therefore, I ask that you please announce beforehand that you will be voluntarily signing out of the meeting. I am not always able to see you on the screen here, Councilmember Tupola, so just unmute and then alert myself, okay?
Okay, sounds good. Mahalo.
Thank you very much. Okay, Director Thielen, I apologize. Please
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
So if we wanted to get to actual parity in the number of grounds maintenance positions between the three, I don't think any of the residents in D1 or D2 would want to reduce the maintenance there. So what we need to do is add to the others. We know that, the city couldn't afford an additional 100 or 150 positions. So we're proposing a very strategic, methodical increase that would target the highest use times and to be the most efficient. So we're proposing to add 6 special project units to the 2 districts that don't have it. These units will be working Thursday through Monday, so they will cover the highest use period of the weekends and the holidays. We thought we would be strategic. Our normal hours are 6:30 in the morning to 2:30 in the afternoon, but a lot of the beach and campgrounds in the various areas need extended day service. So what we would look at is a 10 in the morning to 6 p.m. shift. So that way they could go around to the parks after the regular hours to do one more cleaning, one more trash removal. We would add containers to the districts that do not have sufficient containers to allow for the efficient removal of garbage. And then we can also make sure that these special project units that would be new would be able to, some of their time, provide some assistance, especially to District 4 with the SPOs and the large cleanups during the illegal dumping on the unimproved lands. So what we're looking at is, even with the addition of the 6 units or the 18 staff, here would be the addition where we still would have a reduced amount of staff, but a strategic increase. We would have parity in the number of the special project units going on, and we would increase the containers for the rubbish disposal. And then the cost for this initiative would be a total of $1.5 million. About $500,000 of that would be the one-time expense for the trucks for the 6 units. Next slide. And then the last budget initiative is we would like to be able to continue the good work that we've been doing with the ARPA-funded contract positions that were based on the council ads, the 5 park rangers, the community garden coordinator, and the adopt a park coordinator. The dollar figures you see in there, we are, the ARPA funds would continue to support their salaries through September, and then that would cover the remainder of the year, switching them over to general funds. Next slide. Jumping over to the vacancies. The numbers that you see here are the vacancies that existed as the February 1st, 2024. What you'll note is we only had 6 positions that had been vacant 3 years or longer. We have been filling positions at a very fast pace, and we are the #1 department for the city as far as filling positions. Next slide. So what you'll see is in fiscal year 23, we filled 161 positions. It took us on average 86 days internally in our department to fill that. Up into January 31st, 2024, we filled 91 positions. We got the amount of time down to 52 days. We are trying to shorten that time down to 35 days. We have improved the ways that we're doing the efficiencies in the hiring. And if you can go back one slide. And so what I'm happy to tell you is since that February 1st date, we have filled 68 positions. So that number is reduced. And then that is just the ones that have been either filled or in the final suitability check. We have quite a few more that are in the pipeline now in the interview process, or we're receiving the list, so we're going through with the filling. Okay, so we can go through that. And then this is the Hanama Bay vacancies. As you know, the revenues generated at Hanama Bay stay at Hanama Bay, so we keep those separate. They're in a separate fund. Next slide. We were asked to provide department overtime. As with the other departments have shared, we budget overtime based on the dollar, not on the hours, because depending on who's doing the overtime, the actual dollar figure will vary on the salary. But as you can see, the bulk of our overtime is for the maintenance type of work or the horticultural services, the tree trimmers, you know, for going out and doing the emergency response and things like that. Next slide. Changes in revenue. Here's our department changes in revenue. They've been relatively stable with some slight increases. I am happy to report that our Division of Urban Forestry has been working very hard on the federal grants with CCSR. So they have received about $1.6 million in federal grants, IRA and 2 congressional grants to do the good work that they've been doing on the trees and the canopy coverage for the island, and also have several other grant applications in, and then received a small grant from a local foundation to help with a Maili cooling project and tree planting out there. Next verse. And then we have 3 pages of capital improvements. There's a total of 18 park projects plus a series of projects in our bulk fund, and then the preservation dollars, which are not going to park projects but to other acquisitions, are in the park budget. I won't go over the individual projects. I'll save that for question and answer, but if you can go one more. Just 2 projects I want to point out. The preservation and conservation lands is a little under 50% of the total budget, about $26 million. Those are done out through the Department of Land Management because they are overseeing the commission. And then what you'll also see is the Waikiki Surf Rack project. I think DES covered that because they are managing the concessions, so they'll take the lead on that project even though it's in our budget. And then the last item I want to point out is the Waimanalo Beach Park. The construction funds for that project include additional funds from the TAT revenues that are dedicated for parks and conservation areas, and that would allow us to complete construction in a single year. We have a campsite that's highly utilized by residents as well as visitors that has a comfort station that has partially condemned, and we'd like to be able to complete a series of projects there to open that back up. We have the CIP for the procurement of major equipment. There was some that did go into the CIP budget, the super large equipment. And then the last slide is just going back to the department's focus about sense of place, welcoming people into parks and our gardens, health and wellness through the programs that we offer and the spaces that are open for people, and then leadership, investing in our staffing to be able to provide good services to the public as well as to the community through the programs that we do. So we'd be happy to answer any questions. I know that was relatively quick and a lot of information, but just in closing, thank you again for all the support that you provide to the parks and to our staff.
Okay, thank you very much. First up, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Vice Chair Kia Aina.
Aloha, Director, and thank you, Chair, for allowing me to ask questions first. Director, thank you very much for your presentation. I just want to, first off, thank your office, especially Kehao. I can't say enough about how involved she is in my community with each of the neighborhood boards. She's been doing an excellent job responding to numerous concerns, which sometimes I feel like she's a little overly involved, but we can't hate that. We, of course, appreciate that. I just feel bad because it's so many pieces to try to babysit and follow up on. So just thank you to her. Thank you to you. I need to ask some questions, though, about some of the disparities I see, of which possibly I'm not seeing this correctly. But I do believe that on page 5, I'm looking right after Initiative 2, Equitable Park Cleaning for Oahu Residents. So on page 5, total authorized grounds maintenance positions. So for ours, I see that we have 71 positions, which unfortunately is the least. And then you have the total number of parks as 47, which kind of makes it look like we don't have as much, but acreage-wise, on the other side, it does, we are third. I feel like, this slide, as well as if you go to the next slide where it says the acreage of parks, which is 762 could be some of the reasons why we're not having our parks cleaned as much. On page 7, it says that we have 0 second shift or special shift crews for our district for parks. But could you just explain that to me? If I'm not seeing it right, please correct me, but I feel like we definitely have a disparity there and I need more coverage for my parks.
Yes, thank you for the question. So we have certain parks on our island that have dedicated, well, I don't say dedicated because there are parks where there may be grounds maintenance people located in the park. But there are certain parks that will have staffing, additional staffing and equipment solely for that park. And that would be Ala Moana Regional Park, Kapiolani, which also covers Waikiki, Central Oahu Regional Park, Waipio Soccer Complex, and I don't think Kualoa's in there. I don't think we have the dedicated, yeah. So those are where they will have, Kaka'ako, sorry, Kaka'ako also, Waterfront Park, was when the city took that on, ended up with some dedicated crew there. What we're saying is that due to the lack of having that type of dedicated crew and equipment in those 2 districts, there's an impact not just to that park, but also the surrounding park. So, for example, Ala Moana Regional Park staff may help with the care of or maintenance of parks outside of Ala Moana Regional Park in the immediate area, say Mother Waldron or some of those other things. If you don't have a dedicated staff with dedicated equipment, you don't have that backup that can help the surrounding parks. And so what we're saying is we do need to compensate for that. D3, D4, D5 are all at a disadvantage due to all these other factors that we've listed in these slides. And so that's why we're proposing the budget initiative to provide the 18 additional positions, mostly to D3, to the Waianae Coast as well as EVA, because of the beach parks and the campgrounds and the heavy use there, also 1 to D5. And then they can assist with D4 with the cleanups of those unimproved lands. So we're trying to come up with a more strategic approach to be able to methodically start to provide that additional support.
Thank you. Well, thank you for clarifying that we'll be getting some support there. I guess one of the things, Director, that may be helpful, which I don't know if you think that, is how many campgrounds we have. So I'm not sure if there's a disparity there as well, because that's not a metric that we're comparing from district to district. But I would say because we have such high usage of our parks that people are pulling permits, camping overnight, that we have that need for that second shift or that overnight shift. So are you saying that with the positions you feel that we would start to have that as part of D3?
Yes, so we're proposing a strategy of having a, instead of having these people work the regular grounds maintenance schedule of 6:30 a.m. to 2 p.m., to have them work the 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The reason we're proposing 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. is we do have in Waikiki and Ala Moana crews that will work till 10 p.m. Those positions are the hardest to fill. Usually people will apply for a job. If that's the only one available, they'll go into that nighttime shift. But as soon as there's an opening in a daytime shift, they'll apply for a lateral move. We didn't think people would want to be working till 10 p.m. Out in these areas, and we didn't want to establish positions and then have everybody be frustrated because we couldn't fill them. So we're proposing a 10 a.m. to 6 p.m., which would give us a late afternoon coverage for garbage removal, restocking restrooms, cleaning the restrooms, and especially having them working over the weekend and on the holidays on that Thursday to Monday shift. They will be covering the parks at their busiest time, in the later afternoons and early evening.
Thank you, Director. We need that desperately, like very badly. On page 9, where it says number of containers or compactors, it has the 0 above and the 4 below. Can you explain to me the differentiation between the top and the bottom?
So page 9 is showing the difference if the budget initiative is approved. So what you'll see in those split cells, the top—
where we're at and where we're
correct,
go.
in the bold, if the budget initiative is approved, that's where they will go. So D3 would end up with 4 containers, D4 would get an additional 2 containers for a total of 3. And then the additional staffing that would go to D3 would move it from 71 to 83. The additional staffing in D5 would move from 74 to 80. That's still less, it's still less than what you have in District 4. But again, those crews could help out in District 4 with those large cleanups on the unimproved land.
No, that's super key. Thank you for letting me know what that meant. I'm excited that we're getting some attention and going to get more staffing there. On page 10, just as a follow-up, this budget initiative to clean the parks is super important. As you know, I just want to help you guys with all of that. My question is in regards to which I would call parks rules enforcement. I wouldn't even call it an SBO because we're enforcing park rules. Is there a way for us to kind of strategically move into a place where DPR is able to execute this without DFM's help?
I don't think so, because there is a lot of legal requirements that need to be met, and I don't know that the city wants to duplicate, an additional storage location, additional ability to haul property that may be deemed not rubbish, but for potential for people to come and pick it up within that 30 days. There's kind of an expertise around an SPO to make sure that we're respecting the requirements under the law. But what we do is Parks does assist DFM. So in Velzy Land, when we had a fairly large cleanup out there, we had multiple departments going out there, including our department, for that cleanup, and we had our grounds maintenance, our MSS crew out there with their equipment, their trucks. So we partner with them, and we think that that's the most efficient method.
Yeah, well, I'll let you mull that over, and I'll give you something written, because my perspective is that on the areas where the city owned and DFM is a part of it, so not beach parks, right, but just the DFM areas of city line, I think, some of those areas it makes sense. But prior, and I've had actual parks people talk me through how prior DPR was able to execute it just with them in HPD. So I'll send you that written, because I think we have to get to a point where if we're just within the park area, that we have the ability to do it without that coordination, because DFM is really strapped thin. And I really feel like at this point, they're almost doing more than what they should be doing. In my community, some people accuse DFM of not cleaning the park because now they think that that's part of their responsibility, of which it's not. So just mull it over. I will send you something written. I think there's certain places where we have to get strong enough, and this budget initiative you're putting in here for cleaning the park, this could be a good step forward where we start to move in that direction to be able to do that. Thank you, Director.
I just would want to respond as again, the grounds maintenance, their primary purpose is to maintain the grounds of the parks. If we divert them to be doing large scale SPOs and other things, the parks will be unmaintained, because that's their primary purpose. So we do just want to be cognizant of that. We understand that DFM is strapped. It would be very nice if everybody on the island was a little bit better with their trash.
I understand. I think, though, that there has to be some part with the SPO with you guys and DPR, sorry, DFM and DPR, trying to understand that, because I'm pulling guys off of cleaning my streams and other things to go do this. So whether or not it's buffering it up or buffing it up in DPR or in DFM, we have to decide. And I do think that the coordination is part of sometimes what slows us down. But I hear you. I'm not asking the maintenance workers to do it or anything. I actually would love a specialized team to do it, but I would rather it be within parks, seeing as though it is parks rule enforcement. But I hear what you're saying, Director. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Say.
Thank you. Director Thielen, thank you to you and your team for helping with regard to finding a base yard for the Oahu Invasive Species Committee at Ho'omaluhia Botanical Garden. I feel that that is a good first step at demonstrating to all stakeholders that the city very much has a vested interest in helping collectively in invasive species management. So I want to thank you for that. I see with regard to the Kailua Beach Park boat ramp, you have $640,000 and that is on top of the 750,000 from last year. Can you give me an update? Where are we on that? Where are we on the boat ramp? And why is it taking 2 years for this design?
So, hang on, let me just find the boat ramp. The Department of Design and Construction is going to, they are mostly through with the design. This allocation is going to be completing the drawings for the plans, which would then be going out to bid. So part of the 6-year budget, I'm sorry, I'm looking for my 6-year budget for the boat ramp. You will be coming back next year after the plans are done to go out to bid for the construction.
And are we going to have hearings on this plan? I guess I just don't understand what takes so long for these planning and design.
So the design for a boat ramp, you know, because you're touching the water, and Kailua Bay is Class A waters, it does require, you know, a specialized type of design to be building out in the water. It's not something that DDC normally does because the city doesn't have many structures out in the water. They did contract with a company that does have that expertise. They did go out to the community. They understand that what the community wants is a ramp that just basically is it's the same configuration, but secure. So they're going to go through and do the drawings for that, having had the community input on it. And then once the drawings are complete, they'll go out to bid for construction.
Okay, terrific. So it's not going to be a big boat ramp. It's going to be a small boat ramp, yeah?
Correct. We asked for, because we know that that park has a ban on commercial use, we did not want a 40-foot wide boat ramp because then you would have commercial boats coming in, and also the roadway entrance there is really not suitable to large boats. So we're going to keep it a fairly narrow boat ramp for recreational boaters. And then they've talked with a lot of the people that do use the ramp to kind of have that configuration about how it can go in and be safe.
Okay, thank you so much for that update. And third, with regard to Waimanalo Beach Park, thank you so much for your request, both in the DDC budget and I guess in the TAT budget as well. So can I ask, because I remember last year, communications could have been smoother. Is the Department of Budget and Fiscal Services doing a good job in working with your team with regard to the breakdown of the TAT budget? Are you consulted, or is it just unilaterally making decisions for you?
Oh, no, we're consulted, and we actually framed our budget initiatives this year around the TAT, and we've been in a lot of conversation with them, and we are very pleased with the relationship.
Okay, so a couple of things. I just want to make sure that you're aware that the ordinance that provided that authority says that it's supposed to supplement and not supplant any base funding. And so based on your budget, they're not like taking the amount and decreasing your overall budget, correct? This is on top of your base funding, correct?
Correct. So the additional $3.5 million that would be going into the Maintenance Support Services Work Program budget with your folks' support, that is in addition to the MSS base budget. So that will allow us to continue the high level of projects that we were able to do with the FRF funding, which is going to be wonderful. And then our budget for Waimanalo Beach Park, it would have been a 2-year allocation for the construction. By adding to it with the TAT funds, we're going to be able to complete the construction with a single year of contract. So that is fantastic.
Got it. And I appreciate that. And just based on the project, it's very important to the community. And I do hope in the future that your collaboration with the Department of Design and Construction is a little stronger, so that you don't have DDC making big decisions on these projects without consulting with you, because the community was not pleased how they bifurcated the manner of what buildings went up first, okay? So I just want to make sure that you strengthen that. I do want to make a comment about the TAT process in general. First of all, the letter that was sent to Chair Cordero was sent on March 12th, which was after our opportunity to question BFS, and I guess we could have looked at it as part of the overall budget. I just wish it was given to us first, because I just want to make a couple of comments here. First, if you look at the attachment 1 to the letter that the chair was given, you have some miscellaneous things in here for retirement and pension contributions, and that shouldn't be. That has nothing to do with the impact on natural resources. That's my first comment. Second, yes, grounds maintenance is very, very important. I feel that these things that have been identified is helpful, but in the future, because I do believe after the 5-year plan for CDBG winds down, you're going to have to look at other CIP projects for parks. So I hope that in the future, you can work with BFS to start looking at some CIP projects for districts across the Oahu. Of course, I'm grateful for your explanation of what happened with Waimanalo, but I sure would like to see some other projects for the other districts. And just lastly, I know I brought it up in the bigger picture for budget, this function code that they call culture and recreation. I remember in the overall budget when BFS had the pie, and I mentioned it in previous years. I just don't understand why you call it culture and recreation when culture is such a small part of it. Why don't we just call this function Parks and Recreation, call it what it is? I feel that it's misleading to say culture, because that's not the focus of most of these funds. And it seems like a nifty check off the box terminology to use. And I just think that it should be reconsidered and just call it what it is. It's Parks and Recreation or something to that effect. Because if you look at the overall budget, they even say culture, and quite frankly, we aren't doing a lot for culture. So I just wanted to make a comment on that. So again, I'm pleased about what is going on, and hopefully over time it could get better. And as the CDBG funds hopefully revert back to helping nonprofit organizations, I just want to make sure that you guys also avail yourselves of other CIP projects for this process.
Sorry, Councilwoman Kia, I do want to point out the money that is going to go into the, again, with your support, into the Maintenance Support Services work program, that does minor CIP.
Oh,
that does, and the beauty of it is because the TAT is cash, we can do projects that may not qualify for bond-funded CIP because they don't necessarily last 3 years. But any ordinary person would say that's a capital improvement. So let's say we're reconstructing, a tennis court. We're reconstructing and rebuilding, something. We're fixing a roof. So at Kaneohe District Park, the repair of the roof that's going on there. And we've also done one at Halava that's going on. Those are MSS projects that can be cash funded, and that would be minor CIP, large-scale repair and maintenance. We can start to take bigger and bigger chunks of that, and that's why we're asking for the additional work program person and the additional administrative specialists 3. Those master agreements to re-roof, to do the asphalt concrete work, to do all those things, they can do a significant amount of work. They will do the 16 roofs at Ho'omaluhia Botanical Garden. All of those, and we would only be able to do that through the cash. So the TAT, when you see it in the MSS work program budget, consider that CIP with small letters instead of capital.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you for all of the hard work that you and your staff undertake on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you, Council Vice Chair. I just want to have a clarification, because I know you mentioned, before I move on to the next member, you said for Halava, as for the building, is that Halava or was it actually IAEA District Park?
Halava District Park is having a fairly large roofing project going on right now. They're resealing the roof, they're replacing all the vents, they're replacing all the flashing, because there's leaking. That is an MSS work program project that's being done.
Okay, because I know that
DDC is doing a capital improvement project to the IAEA.
Okay, and that's still for the roofing for the IAEA rec. Okay, thank you very much for that clarification. Okay, next we have Councilmember Okimoto, followed by Councilmember Say, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire.
Thank you, Chair. Aloha, Director Thielen. I agree. I know that you shared the depth and breadth of how much area you have to cover, and our districts all have needs. And I want to thank you, because I know most of the concerns that come to my office and my team is dealing with parks or grass or something that's related to your department. And you've been really helpful in responding. I think my question is, at what point can we not be always responding? Because usually by the time they contact us, it's something that's we're trying to not put the fire out before, instead of doing proactive things up front to prevent things. You did ask for, you have, if I looked at the numbers correctly, you're asking for 20 more positions and 7 contracts, but you still have 191 vacancies, including the Hanauma Bay. So I do have pause when you have so many vacancies still out there, the reason to ask for more and how that can be justified.
So I'll answer the second question first on the vacancies. So first of all, we don't have 191 vacancies because, again, since that chart was put together for February 1st, we have filled 68 positions. That is the pace that we're filling. We don't have a position that's been vacant for multiple years. What happens is we have a vacancy, we fill it. If it's somebody external, and about half of our hires are from external people coming into the department, we're one of the few departments with a net increase. So our vacancy rate is going down. Just over the past year, it's gone down about 4 percentage points because of the rate we're filling. But let's say the fill happens to be somebody who's transferring. That will create a back vacancy. Then we're moving to fill that. So we also may have somebody that separates, either a retirement or somebody who takes a different job. And so we are kind of taking a look at our separation rate, what's going on there. But, and we will tackle, how can we address that? But what we've found is most of the people that are separating mid-career. They use our department to come in, gain experience. Maybe they come in as a nursery worker. That had a 45% vacancy rate 6-8 months ago. They're now down to a 9-point-something% vacancy rate because they filled so many people. Many of those workers will move their way up. They'll become arborists. They may become commercial driver's license, heavy equipment, and then after about 10 years, move on to a different job. And in that case, we have other people in the pipeline that we want to move up. We are a very desirable department to work for, because we have those avenues for people to progress, and because you get to work in beautiful places, and it's a pretty great place to work. I heard Roger Babcock talk about the challenges of getting people to work in a wastewater treatment plant. We don't have that problem. So, but I want to tell you is the vacancies that you're seeing, most of them have only been vacant for 1 year, because we're filling. But when you have 1,000 people and you have retirements and you have separations and you have people taking promotions, we have those other ones, but we're compressing the amount of time it takes. You saw it used to take us 85 days, then we were down to 52. We're going to get it down to 35. We've decentralized our mass interviews. We will interview about 100 people for grounds maintenance. We'll create a list and then work off of that list so that we can just fill. We were doing that twice a year. We're now going to be doing that 3 to 4 times a year so we can shorten the timetable for filling. So we're really efficient. We're kind of the model, and I want to give the credit to all the people sitting behind me because they have been working tremendously hard to get it filled. And I'll tell you, for the nursery and landscaping, they couldn't take care of the planters in Waikiki. Now they can. Now they're out there and they're redoing them, and we're working with the bid, and it is a huge transformation. So getting to your first question, how do we get proactive? You folks remember you approved the park board for us. The park board has created a program committee that's working with KHAO and the recreation staff on the programs we do, but also a maintenance committee. And at the last meeting, we've decided that we're going to work on maintenance standards. I'm going to be meeting with the union to be discussing that with them. We're pulling in our management and the maintenance committee board. We've taken a look at the Department of Recreation and Parks for San Francisco and their maintenance standards, and we'll take a look at other models as well, and we'll find some things that work for Oahu. But the idea is that we would have standards to be able to train people, equip people, and, inspect and report back to the public to be able to do that.
Thank you. And thank you for clarifying. And you did mention, it's interesting how you mentioned your vacancies and how you've been able to hire. And I think, one thing that was brought up, I think it was Councilmember Say that mentioned this to other departments, is having some kind of contingency plan. So it sounds like you have a plan when people are moving up or out, that you have the pipeline. I guess for me, I'd like to see it manifest in our parks, because right now, the majority of calls and frustrations from, I get text messages, we get emails, deals with the maintenance of the facilities. And so if you are able to fill these positions, why are we not seeing a difference in the parks? I want to mention, here's a suggestion. You talked about this board that we approved. If there's a way that you can work with DFM, because what we're told repeatedly is the manpower and the resources, you don't have the equipment. So if there a more efficient way that we can get the resources in, so you can work with DFM to procure equipment faster, is there a way that we can store the equipment so we're not just waiting for it to come in, and in the meantime having to tell our constituents that, I'm sorry, they're understaffed and they don't have the equipment, because that's what we get told repeatedly and what I have to take back. And again, I'm really grateful whenever we come to you, your team gets out there really fast, but I feel like the maintenance hasn't been there, so that we have to deal with the aftermath. It would be nice if you are filling this position that we could see a better product where we're not having to always play catch up.
Agreed. The budget initiative would put special project units in your district, because as you can see from the numbers, you are understaffed in grounds maintenance, so that will help. But thank you also for the working with DFM. We realized when the equipment was shifted over to the operating budget, instead of having 2 years to acquire, we'll only have 1 year to acquire. So I've reached out to the DFM director, and we're talking about getting together with their automotive services to figure out, with our listing of equipment, can we be more efficient in what we're asking for? Should we be standardizing things to make it easier for them to process it? Because we want to be a good partner for them and to be able to get this equipment in more efficiently. So we will open up those discussions.
Thank you, and I appreciate you mentioning, my district is unique. Geographically, it's not humongous, but I believe we have the most parks. So in that area, the central Oahu, there's a lot of area that your department has to cover. So thank you. And I know that you've expressed that it has been a challenge because it is understaffed. So thank you for doing that. Second question, I just wanted to have you kind of maybe expound or clarify or give more detail. In the CIP, in the project 200272 for renovating facilities, it's in the CIP, it's page 433 in the binder. But I was hoping you could explain what kind of renovations are included in that lump sum appropriation, and where are they going? What are they for?
So this appropriation is what was called the bulk fund. Basically, it's a bulk fund, and the purpose of the fund is to renovate existing facilities. So if you want to build a new facility, it has to be a line item. This bulk fund can cover renovations. And the beauty of having the bulk fund is if something unexpected comes up, we would be able to address it sooner rather than having to wait for a budget year. But we do plan for what we would utilize the funding for, and absent things that are unexpected, be able to move forward. So in the bulk fund, there is a listing of the projects that are on there. The bulk fund will not cover 100% of the projects. There's not enough funding in it, but we will go as far down the list as we can. So we have a settlement of buildings in Asing Community Park. Kaneohe, District Park, we had the sinkhole in the parking lot. Kilauea, we have the gymnasium. There's a serious leaking and problems with Kilauea, and so DDC has a roofing project there that they're going to be doing the design. McCully, they're working on design now, and there is parks and playground money for McCully. Parks and playground money cannot be used for design, only for construction. So we'd use the bulk fund to do the design, and then we proceed with the construction with the Parks and Playground Fund. Palolo, we're in design now for the roof to fix the gym. And Pearl City, pool lighting.
Thank you. And you mentioned that this is a special fund if something comes up. So right now, though, the funds will not even be sufficient for this. So if something else comes up along the way, this will not cover that?
That is the challenge each year because we manage so many places and so many buildings and facilities, and a lot of them are very, very old. So sometimes when you're getting into construction, like if you're pulling part of a roof off, you find out, oh, this is, there's rot here that we hadn't anticipated rot. And so we're going to have to fix it. So sometimes things like that come up. Sometimes there might be an emergency that we have to respond to and utilize the bulk funds for. So each year we get as far down the list as we possibly can.
Thank you. And again, I can only imagine, I just got word today, my Pearl City gym has roof leaking, so we're going to be coming to you, I think, for that too. But I appreciate everything you're doing. I look forward to continue working with you so that we can address the needs. The people in our communities really do use the parks a lot, and it is such a huge asset from soccer to families. And so I know that what you guys do is important, and I know it's challenging when community members do things like vandalize and destroy a bathroom. It is frustrating because then it takes resources that could be used elsewhere. Now you have to put it into that. So thank you for the work. I can look forward to continuing working with you. Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember, okay, Councilmember Say, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Councilmember Tolpa.
Good morning, Director Thielen. I'll be very brief. Just thank you very much for a job well done in the Urban Forestry Division, your Adopt a Park, and some of the improvements of the projects that we have in District 5. There was a comment about, I think we should maybe focus our priorities on districts that have the most density because there's a higher utilization of our parks. I'm only kidding, Andrea. Don't worry. Thank you.
Okay. Committee Vice Chair Wire, you stumped me there. And followed by Councilmember Tolpa.
Yeah.
Then followed by Council Chair Waters.
Appreciate those sentiments. I mean, hopefully we can focus on all of the parks, density and non-density, but I do want to just first say mahalo for framing the conversation in this context and using this data to inform how you're going to go forward. I'm sure it's not going to be perfect, and of course we'll have feedback from our community that will be different from every other community, but I think just understanding the equity concerns and doing an analysis that includes all the different components in the data is extremely, makes me really hopeful. And so appreciate the work that you've put into it and just understanding the need to have that equity and just the impact that, our parks have on our communities, because it's going to vary by community, right? And so just speaking to, all the different parts of our district and understanding that, I think particularly in maybe less dense, more rural communities where, there is like a 2-lane road, right? The park is a much more central component versus like other areas where maybe there's like 3 or 4 parks all in an area, right? And people don't necessarily see every park every day. And so it really does have the potential to impact just the quality of life in communities, right? For our youth. And just mahalo all your staff for working super hard, because I know everyone is, working hard and trying to fill the gaps that are there. And so thank you for that. And want to make sure I understand, and sorry if I'm duplicative of what's been discussed, but so we're looking at I'm looking at page 9, and in the new positions going into D3 and D5. So are those the specialized units, and I might have missed it, or where exactly are the specialized units going to be in terms of the D1 through 5 districts? The 6 new ones, I should say.
So each unit is 3 people and a truck. So we will have, out of the 18, sorry, I'm sitting here trying to do the math here. We will have 2 units in D5 to take them from 74 grounds maintenance position up to 80. And in D3, we'll have the remainder to take them from 71 positions up to 83.
Okay.
We would put 2 units on the Waianae Leeward Coast and 2 in Eba, and then 2 in Pearl City, Melilani.
Okay. And then when we talk about specialized units, because I've also heard roving
Correct.
units. Is that the same thing or is that a different?
You know, I am not exactly sure. I think we have different terminology, but I know for this, these are called the special projects units. So I don't know if SPUs are the same as roving. No? Yes? All right. We'll get back to you on that.
Okay, and I guess the reason I'm just curious, because I'm wondering if what, just generically, like, so say Kolaloa, for example, experiences with staff coming through and up and down, if that's the same in every district or how that is different.
I'm sorry, what the question?
Like the roving, like if that's something every district has, once we figure out what it is.
We do have driving around.
Yeah.
You know, not every park has dedicated staff in the park. So, you know, you may have some parks with second crews, which we talked about earlier. You may have some parks where they have a single grounds maintenance person who is assigned there. You may have, and what's more common is that you'll have a series of parks that they'll be taking care of. The special projects units may be assigned to help with the beach rights-of-ways and some other areas that are not parks. And it frankly may vary a little from district to district and how they're utilized. But we can get you some more information about that if you'd like.
Okay, no, I appreciate that. And then because I'm curious also, when we're looking at the total authorized grounds maintenance positions, if we're looking at the various districts, if the vacancy rate varies that much between districts, say between like D1 where there's 128 positions versus D4 where there's 91, if the percentage is pretty consistent or if we see greater like vacancies in certain areas.
I think it will vary. We do have a couple types of jobs that are harder to fill. Like I mentioned, the ones that go to 10 p.m. because, you know, working to 10 p.m., especially if you've got a weekend shift, you know, in Waikiki where you're dealing with a lot of visitors that are drinking, you know, it's not as much fun. We may have certain other ones because they're remote. They're harder to fill. You know, people that live in the area like it, but other people may not want to commute there. But a lot of times what'll happen is it may change. So we may have, you know, more vacancies in one district, but then we fill them, but then other people have separated from another district. So then we turn, you know, we need to analyze whether that's
At parks, whether it's full-time positions at particular parks or just when staff are there, say they're coming through. I think it really adds to the community. They're part of the community. And you know, oftentimes members of the community, but even if they don't live in the community, like, you know, everyone's interacting with them and it just adds to the whole experience and, of course, keeps the park activated. And so happy to support however we can. You're doing. Yeah, Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Tolba, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Director. You guys know how I feel about parks, and if I had a magic wand, I would give you guys everything that you guys need to make sure that our parks are thriving. And I really appreciate the fact that you guys are working hard to make it, you know, equitable for everyone. I think the people in my community beginning to see that because of Kehao and her involvement with the neighborhood boards. Sometimes can be feisty, but with someone like Kehao who listens and help them understand how the process is done is making it very easy for us to get things done. So thank you to everyone sitting in the chamber. Page 6, acreage of unimproved land does not include, explain to me that because, you know, we have a race car, I don't know what you call them, racetrack, people that love to race cars, I don't know what you call them. But they're always asking, you know, when can a racetrack be developed? Because we all know young adults are speeding on our roadways. And if we have usage to all this acreage, is there a possibility of doing a racetrack or even maybe affordable housing? It's already, some of the parks I know maybe cannot because it's grandfathered in as parks, but you know, some of them already have infrastructure. So explain to me, like 753 acres? How's it?
So on that page that you're looking at the acreage,
Yeah.
the first line, the acreage is the acreage of the park itself. So
Okay.
D3, which is Eva and Leeward, has 762 acres of what we would call improved parkland. They have capital improvements on them, irrigation, maybe buildings and things. The 400 acres of unimproved land in D3, by the way, it does not include Kalailoa, because we don't have title to that yet, but we do have constructive possession, so that really should be 800 because we're having to maintain it. But the 400 acres of unimproved lands are lands that do not have any capital improvements. They're not a park. I'm sorry, I'm trying to think of like Kea'au Beach Park. Yeah, they have undeveloped land next to the beach park that has not been built out. Now that area is actually utilized by the community as a park. You have unimproved lands next to Haleiwa Beach Park where people will go surfing off of there all the time. You may have in those unimproved lands areas that are just overgrown and it's not utilized and maybe becomes a dumping ground. So it's looking at in the future, sometimes we have plans to improve it. We would like to get title to Kalailoa. We would like to improve that land because that's our second city. And we do not have the park infrastructure out there to serve the population. We are chomping at the bit to be able to build that out because that's where our workforce lives. And so they deserve to have parks and programs and things, and then the rest of the island can rely upon that workforce and not see them move off to Nevada or some other place. In other cases, sometimes people say, oh, we don't want development here. Let's make it into a park. And we get past like a 5,000 square foot lot, which we can't really do anything with. So we are working with DLM in some cases to move those out to where maybe they can go for a more productive use. But for the most part, any place that, we want parks or, it's being reserved either informally as a park or has future plans for development.
Thank you. And, this is out of transparency only because we know that the community are asking for more parks for baseball, for soccer, and I know the racetrack community, they're aggressive. They want to see something happen, but there's a lot of needs in our community. So thank you for answering that question. In Waipahu, there's a boxing gym there now. So I'm just going to ask because I have this opportunity. A lot of the people that volunteer to train these kids get off work at 5, and I believe the gym closes at 6. So they're asking if we could extend the hours so that they could spend time with the kids. Because by the time they get to Waipahu from all day work, they only have X amount of time to spend time with the kids. I'm thinking this is like this in all our communities. So just an ask. Thank you.
We will certainly work with you, Councilman. We do want to keep our youth active in a supervised activities.
Thank you, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. Next, we have Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair Cordero. Aloha, Director. Thank you for bringing your team, because it gives us the opportunity to thank you guys personally for your hard work. I know my office especially asks you guys lots of questions and really appreciate your timely responses and the hard work that you guys do. I'll try to keep my questions for the whole island, but I do have a couple dealing with my district. But starting with vacant positions,
those are not funded. So
not funded.
They are not funded. They are left on the books. So in the event we do want to fund them, or sometimes we may swap out a vacant position and reactivate one, we would be able to reactivate it. That was easier than having to go back and create a position from scratch. But these are unfunded, deactivated positions.
Understood. Okay. Thank you. Next question on page 3. Initiative number 1. I know we've talked a lot about the small CIP. Are these positions and initiative number 1 a way to do more of the small minor CIP in parks and gardens?
Yes. So one position would be a work program coordinator. that would double.
Sorry,
staff.
Director, I hate to interrupt you again. I would like to appoint or designate Council Chair Waters to the Committee on Budget. Thank you.
Happy to serve. No, I mean, I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to clarify because the work that your department is doing with the minor CIP is fantastic. So by funding this initiative number one, we're hoping to even do more, right?
Correct. And with that, the benefit of that administrative specialist is also to make sure we don't have our master agreements lapse. So one of the problems we've had is we may have the ability to do work, but if we don't have the master agreement, we have to wait until that gets procured, and we're caught in a fairly long queue, and we don't have the expertise in-house to be able to prepare the documents in a way that would make it pass more smoothly through purchasing. So if we bring on that expertise in our department, the idea is we would keep all of our master agreements running, you know, throughout the year and be able to seamlessly do these projects without having a lapse in them.
Well, I totally agree. And to the extent that we can help by funding this, happy to support that. And if you even want more, because it's all about capacity, I'm happy to support that as well. Because though Councilmember Kiaina is not here, you know, I'm reading the audit from Department of Design and Construction, which says that the time from budget approval to construction completion ranged from 4.1 years to nearly 7 years. So if you can take projects out of that queue, put it in your own, hey, more power to you, and I want to help. In fact, okay, just thinking out of the box, let's take some positions from DDC, put them in your department, because it sounds like you're getting this stuff done way quicker than DDC. And by the way, the shower in Kaimana Beach took years. Appreciate you guys for staying on top of that and getting it done. But the fact of the matter is, you're getting these improvements done much quicker than going through DDC. So happy to support that.
So, Chair, thank you very much. I do want to say in DDC's, you know, they are doing a different type of project. And so when we mentioned before, like a new project, you have to go through an environmental assessment, you have to go through a significant amount of things that we may not have to do because we have a categorical exemption for doing maintenance type of work. So and sometimes it's apples and oranges, but we have been talking with them about various ways to be able to expedite. I think the other challenge they have is the funding. Because the cost of construction of these large projects that they do is so big, it's often split between 2 fiscal years because we can't afford to upfront the entire project. So I think they struggle with things that we haven't struggled with because we're doing stuff on a smaller scale. But that said, by doing the smaller scale things more efficiently and funding them, we can do preventative maintenance and reduce the volume of CIP. So overall, we think it's a very good investment of the city to build up this program.
Yeah, I agree. And then next, I want to thank you for your work on page 11, the Park Ranger program. My only comment there is, you know, we're having problems filling positions across the board in the city. So to the extent that we could pay the park rangers a little bit more than what we have here, you know, but it is what it is. Did you already get the minimum qualifications and everything through DHR done?
We do. We have the positions filled. And again, the dollar figures you're seeing there are only September through the end of the year because the FRF money will cover the salaries. So we did bring them in at a higher salary.
Perfect. Next, CIP. How does the department prioritize the list? And I'm looking on page 19. There's a lot of things that are on the list. I'm just curious, in general terms, how do you prioritize?
I am going to invite my Deputy Director, Kehalani Pu'u, to come up because I don't say this enough, but I'm very proud of the people behind me. When I came on in, there was not much in the way of succession planning or training. These are all relatively new managers. We trained them all in CIP and how to create a CIP budget, and they came up with 6 criteria that they evaluate projects, and the managers brought forward the proposals, and KHAO has worked with them, so I'm going to ask her to explain the 6 criteria.
Okay, yeah, real briefly, because I know we actually still have a lot of departments to talk
Hi,
to.
mahalo. Yes, so I do want to mahalo our staff because Kalamai, Kehau Pu'u, Deputy Director. So we do want to mahalo our staff. They did come up with criteria a couple of years ago because we didn't have any existing. So there are 6. I probably won't remember them all. So I do have one of our staff here to help me out here. But so one of them includes equity, right? Addressing areas where there hasn't been, where we're in need of development or where we've had large population growth, but no growth in new facilities and upgrades. So that is one. Another is projects that are already in progress. So they may, like you're seeing today, some are in design, we're getting ready for construction. So these are projects that we want to keep going through the 6-year CIP. So that is another one. What else do we have? Oh, I'm going to let Terry talk about the rest.
Hi, Terry Ann Koike. I'm the Horticulture Services Manager at Department of Parks and Recreation. We have, we had some kind of legal decision, so we have a statutory obligation to do something, then that would give it priority. We prioritized the usage, so high volume. If you have a lot of use at that park, it would get more points than a seldomly used park. Do you have the? Did you print it out?
If you want, you can provide it in writing as well.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. I do have a couple.
Part of their ongoing education is I'd like to put them on the spot.
Yeah, no, I mean, thank you. So a couple of things that stand out on the CIP list. One is the NPDES Small Permit Program, $4,450,000. This basically deals with dealing with water. Is it from the showers that are in the parks?
So the city has to get a federal permit in order for the stormwater to be discharged into the ocean. So the Federal Clean Water Act requires municipalities and local governments to get that federal permit. And the feds use that as a leverage to require municipalities to reduce the amount of dirty water runoff that goes in and pollutes bodies of water. So we are required, in exchange for getting that permit, to do a series of projects. Some of them are capital improvement projects to reduce erosion and runoff from city properties. And then there's other projects. DFM Stormwater Management manages the programs. They work with us on identifying locations in parks that would need improvements. That goes into the federal government for approval in order to get the stormwater discharge plan. And so every year you will see certain NPDES projects because we're required to complete a certain number by a certain date.
Okay, that makes sense. Do you think you could provide the committee that information? I'm just curious what those projects are.
Sure, the Department of DFM has the entire list for the stormwater permit, so we can work with them to get that information to you.
It might be online. I'll double check. So the next one, Alawai Community Park. Okay, this one is in my district, $300,000 for design. Is this the clubhouse near the golf course or the one near McCully Street? Neither of them are in my district. They're in Calvin Say's district, but which clubhouse?
It's the one near McCully. I think it's the one that's the historic building.
Yeah.
That's right on the corner, and the roof is in awful shape.
Oh, yeah.
So DDC is going to be, they had done an assessment a few years back. Because it's a historic property, they weren't able to go forward with the project that they had proposed at that time. We're going to go back now and update that assessment, and then they would work with us on the design. We have the budget for the construction is in the 6-year plan. What we'd need from DDC is how much do they think the roof would cost, and because the building's in a floodplain, they may need to do some flood improvements. And then if there's any money left over, we can talk about what other improvements that we would like to put into the building.
Terrific. I know for a fact that that building is really, really dilapidated. The electricity is bad, and there's a koa canoe in there that's priceless, that could be damaged if we don't fix it. I just want to do a real quick request, though. There's hundreds of paddlers on the LOI yearly, all year long. Regatta season is about to start. The high school's season, I think, just ended. They utilized the area, but there's no showers, nothing to wash off the LOI. And everybody knows that the LOI has, you know, bad stuff in it. So you got these kids, and you got kids, adults, and kupuna coming out of the LOI, and really no place to rinse off. I think what the paddlers do is they'd hook onto one of the sprinklers and bring their own hose and then hose off. But it'd be nice to have showers. If we can include that in the overall design, that'd be great. Okay, on page 19, there's $26,429,000 for preservation and conservation lands. What does that mean? Or what are we going to use for that? It says L, land, and other. We want to purchase property?
So that is under the Clean Water and Natural Land Fund that the city has, where a certain percentage of the property tax, a fraction of that will go into that fund.
I see.
And the fund is utilized to purchase conservation, recreation, or other types of land. The Department of Land Management is the one that's working with the commission. Then the commission makes recommendations when people bring forward requests to them. We did successfully work with you folks and the voters in the last election to amend the charter amendment to allow up to 5% of that fund to be utilized to maintain public access lands that are acquired with the fund. So we are looking at, for example, the Pearl Harbor Bike Path. There is a piece of property there that may be condemned, which would come over to parks, and that would then be a revenue source to help us with doing the improvements necessary to make it useful for public access.
I see. So the 26 million, does that reflect the balance of the Clean Water Natural Lands Fund?
Yes, and again, DLM, they would be the ones that would know, what it would be utilized for, or recommendations that the commission may make.
I see. Okay, that's super helpful. And then lastly, Department of Urban Forestry. Do they have enough money? Are you asking for enough money for them? Can they use more help?
Chair, thank you for the question. And I'd say every department could use more help.
Yeah.
We're very grateful for the generosity this year in the 3 budget initiatives we have put forward for the additional positions and funding. We think that given all of the needs that we have, these are very strategic influxes of additional staffing and funds that are going to make a big difference for the general population. We don't want to, at this point, if we were to ask for more, it would have to come at the expense of a sister department. And we rely on our sister departments. BFS handles things for us, DHR, and all of them. And so we don't want to have more come at their expense at this point, because we need their support in order to be able to work. The city is very integrated.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And you certainly don't want to take away and have to identify another department that we would cut in order to fund your priorities. But within the vacant position fund, do you think you can find some cost savings there to help out Duff?
We have been, the biggest help for Duff was filling the positions, like for the nursery and landscaping. Right now, they're facing a challenge that, they want to fill in the heavy equipment at the horticultural services. So we're working with organizations like Kupu to be able to bring in people because they have an interest in, greenery and trees and the environment. And so this is something where they can get a skill and a higher paid job as a skilled laborer. So, we're trying in different ways, but really the biggest help is filling the positions, which is why we've put so much effort into filling quickly and shortening the amount of time that we're doing and changing how we're interviewing, because that's really the biggest return for the staff. A lot of them are just exhausted, and getting those positions filled really is the most help.
I see. Okay. And lastly, Chair, on March 12th, 2024, Budget Chair Cordero received a letter from Andy Kawano regarding the OTAT, Oahu TAT. A lot of the money, $5.5 million, is being used for salaries and current expenses. And it looks like only one project, $2.2 million, actually in the community. If we were to fund this $5.5 million with general funds, could you then use that $5.5 million for either other projects in the community or put it towards that small CIP fund?
So out of that 5.5, 3.5 is the small CIP fund. The line item there, which is maintenance support services, current expenses, that's going into the work program. So that's the 3.5 that will go out as small CIP projects.
Okay.
So the total amount going out as what I'm going to say large improvements, which I'm going to count as large R&M, small CIP, and big CIP is, I have to do the math here, a little over $6 million.
Okay, good to know. So let me revise my question. So the balance of $2 million, if we were to take that and fund it with general funds, would you take that $2 million and put it in the maintenance and support services budget?
I'd have to defer to budget and fiscal services because that would have an impact on other, they would have to find the $2 million elsewhere. As far as I know, there are no secret stashes of money. Yeah. So I defer to them.
Okay, terrific. Thank you. Thank you so much for allowing me to ask all those questions.
Thank you very much. Next up is myself, followed by Councilmember Say. Oh, yeah, and I'm going to go with Councilmember Dos Santos Tam and then Councilmember Say. Okay, thank you very much. First off, I really appreciate your department and everyone in all your divisions. They've helped. They're so helpful, so great for so many different aspects of everything that we have to deal with. In my district, although it is smaller in land size, it is also very dense, and so I really appreciate their assistance. So I guess just some general questions so that it can be useful for other districts is, we know that because with different teams and programs being used on the fields, there is that need for resting of the fields and the grass, right? But of course, it's difficult when we have so many park users at the same time. Is the department coming up with a plan to allow for these fields, especially the soccer fields, who get really kicked up, to get that rest? And if not, one time we did do a partnership with Home Depot, right? And where we did plant plugs, is that what it's called? I don't know what it's called, at the park. And if we're looking to do that more now.
Thank you, Chair. Last year, the department had talked for years about doing a rest and rehabilitation at Central Oahu Regional Park, but it had been, I think, nervous to pull the plug because they weren't sure what the public reaction would be. So we worked through and said, we need to do this. So we got notice out to all the permittees, and the reaction was very supportive. And they agreed, out of the 12 fields that were there, we would close down 2 each summer for major restoration work, and everybody's been supportive. This year, we're now looking at Waipio Soccer Peninsula and the complex because we're going to be hosting a regional soccer tournament for North America that's going to be coming over here. And we've been working with all of the permittees again, and we've come up with a field restoration. So some of that was being done while there was playing going on in the fields, but then we cut off the playing at a certain time, I think about now, and they're going through some very intensive restoration work for the tournament, I think is in June. So what we'd like to do is we're starting to quantify what the costs are, what the time is, what the equipment that's needed, the supplies and things like that. And we're going to be bringing that to our maintenance committee and our park board to be taking a look at maintenance standards for athletic fields. And so then I think we would start to work with our permittees to say, nobody's really happy with the condition of the field. Nobody wants to shut off playing for a certain period of time, but can we start to rotate this rehabilitation effort through and then follow up with a softer, type of ongoing maintenance afterwards. And so we'd like to work that out with the public and the different user groups and use YPO and Corp as the example of how it's worked.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a list of priority parks that I guess really have their fields run down or need to have that few months rest?
So we have about 221 ball fields and another about 120 multi-purpose fields. So my guess is the vast majority of them could use some work.
Okay, understood. Is there something that we should be talking with our programs or our teams on how to best manage this?
Yes, so we do have agreements with some of the users for them to be helping, and some of them have gone through a formal adopt-a-park, others just do it. So like Kainalu Little League Field at Aikahi Community Park, I mean, I think there's probably professional baseball teams that would, want to see that field, even though it's a little small for them. So what we want to do, again, through the maintenance committee and coming up with maintenance standards is what can the public do? What can maybe some qualified members of the public do? Because we've had some people go on out with like a skid steer and decide to like drive the baselines and they've wrecked it. So maybe there's certain work. We have soccer teams pulling weeds at YPO, and that's just non-skilled work. Maybe if you're a qualified person in a certain thing, you can do a higher skilled work, or you can, bring in a contractor. So a lot of teams will do that. But we want to formalize that, and so that we can expand the scope of what's going on, as well as in our own work. Because once we quantify it, then we'll know exactly what kind of equipment, what kind of supplies, at the scale that it needs to go on. And then also to work with the permittees, because there would have to be some pause at certain times while this work is going on. And, for each type of use, and maybe even in each region, because there's a lot of leagues that are site-specific or regional-specific, it may vary. So we would work closely with them before we would do anything like that.
Thank you. My next question is relating to the People's Open Markets. Of course, that's where I do my pop-ups, and I love them, except some are very early, but I still love them. And I was just wondering, we've been talking about, certain plans, trying to activate them, see if there's going to be new rules or conditions or parameters for the vendors, since there's a lot of the vendors I know we've seen start to not come as often anymore. But are there any new plans or programs for the People's Open Markets?
At this point, we don't have a plan to propose, but we do recognize there's been a lot of change. A lot of our vendors are aging out, and they don't want to be going to the markets anymore. And then for the general population, there's just been a very big increase in general farmers markets, and they're run and operated very differently and not under our rules and under a different time scale. So, we do need to take a harder look at those markets and find out what would be relevant, what would be needed, and would there be vendors that would be interested in that. So that is going to take some work.
And with the People's Open Market, because we do have these parameters of not just the licensing or insurance, I forgot what it was that was needed, but also I guess it's pretty restrictive to just the food, or not food, but like goods, right? Food goods. And, a few people want to sell other things. And so if there's a way we can have that discussion about that, because now when I'm doing my pop-ups, well, actually not now, like I think for the past 15 years now, we've seen the growth of people just outside of the People's Open Markets, selling other types of things on the city sidewalks. So, I don't know. I mean, if we see that there's that trend, and there's more vendors out there than there are like in our not pop-ups. I'm sorry, People's Open Markets. Then I don't know. Maybe we can look at, I guess, tailoring it to what people are looking to have sold, and also to purchase too. So
we would love to talk with you more about some ideas. This is a legacy program that dates back many, many years, and it is time to update it.
Absolutely, but I do love it. You know, once again, I love partnering with your team and being at the People's Open Markets. I think it's great for both of us to have those discussions because your team is able to be like, oh, you got that question? Talk to her. So anyway, my next question is relating to: are there any? Is anyone from your team working with either CSD or Customer Services Department relating to free roaming cats and the contract that they have with the Hawaiian Humane Society? I know that is the growing concern at parks, especially in the evenings. And now we're seeing, and I brought this up with CSD yesterday, but a lot of the park users are now starting to want to take matters into their own hands, and I don't want like a scuffle or like people hurting, like the older lady in the van that's doing that, you know? So I mean, we've tried, I know your teams have tried in my parks. I know that HPD, I got photos during the hearings yesterday that HPD just drove through and didn't really do anything, although your team at one of the parks mentioned to have them call HPD all the time. But there was nothing really done there either. But are we looking at different contracts or ways to mitigate the free roaming cats and feeding of them?
So I heard the question yesterday, and so I will set up time to talk with Director Hashiro about their contracts and educate ourselves on that. As you know, you have people on both sides of that issue.
Yes.
You have people on both sides of many issues, and pickleball and tennis and dogs in parks, and yeah. So it is always a challenge to navigate those conversations. But we'll talk with Director Hashiro and see what she has.
Thank you, and thank you for seeing that as well. I appreciate that. Just really want to avoid before anything because the amount of text messages and photos that I get, like, I think I'm afraid of what the park users are going to do to them. Okay, with that, I will now kick it over to Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Say to close us off.
Thank you, Director. I have 3 questions that relate to CIPs in general and specifically as they apply to comfort stations. In my district, the Kamamalu Park Comfort Station was recently vandalized. It was, I guess, arsoned, if that's a word. Is that covered, I guess, renovation of that or some sort of fix covered in CIP, or is that a different bucket of money that might come from?
I think the line item for Kamamalu Neighborhood Park is the softball and tennis and court lighting. For the comfort station that's there, we've been working with the Nuuanu YMCA. They had entered into an agreement with the city under the prior administration where they will be building a parking lot and a new comfort station. We've identified the comfort station design for the new comfort station. And once that and the parking lot is built, we will repurpose that historic building that was the comfort station to utilize for something like a Tiny Tots program or something along those lines. And then we're going to change the back parking lot into pickleball, which will help further activate the park. The lighting, you know, when that's in, will help extend the park activities at night. And we think the YMCA improvements are also going to help significantly with the activation.
I'm glad to hear that. Another comfort station that's in poor repair is not actually the one that's used at Ala Park, but it's sort of the Roman ruins next to the comfort station. That's been boarded up for years and years and years, and I know that there's some historical component to it, but I think anyone that sees it recognizes that there's no historical value in its current state and it's more of a hazard. Is there any intention of removing it? And I know CIP only is a certain amount, you know, above a certain threshold. I can't imagine demolishing that would be all that expensive. And if not, I guess I shouldn't say on camera, but you know, the folks that congregate in the area might take care of it for us.
So there is funding in this budget for Ala Park. We have been working with American Savings Bank in the area, and they've been partnering with Trust for Public Lands and Parks for the People. They've done a lot of studies, surveys in the area, other ideas. They've come forward with a plan for that park. We're identifying which improvements we may be able to move forward with. That area has been looked at. CIP cannot cover demolition. because you have to, you're borrowing money, and so you have to have an asset that's got a lifespan for the length of the loan, which would be 20 years, so it cannot cover the demolition. But we do have a letter from the State Historic Preservation Division that has said, yes, it is historic, you have options, and one of the options would be demolition, but then you have to offset or mitigate the impacts of the loss of that historic property. So we're going to be talking with Trust for Public Land, American Savings Bank. Maybe we can come up with a plan for some interpretive signage that we put over in the more populated user area of the park to offset that loss and some other things. And so we have some line item in here that would allow us to move forward with some of that effort.
I'm glad to hear that. And the last question is not DPR specific, but maybe someone from the MD's office is listening. Last year in the budget, I added additional funding for a comfort station somewhere in Chinatown. And I don't know if that would necessarily be in a park. I suppose there's other city facilities as well. But Director, have you been in any discussions about additional comfort stations for the Chinatown area, whether that's Ha'ala or Smith Beretania or Sun Yat-sen or one of the other park areas?
So Ala Park, it is a high priority for American Savings Bank, Trust for Public Land, the administration, to get a comfort station over where you have the courts and the skate park where it's more used. Again, we were looking at that type of design that we shared with the YMCA that is very vandal resistant and easier and more secure to maintain. So we would like to see that type of comfort station go in there. There is another line item in here for another area in Chinatown, which probably, it's not an area that would be suitable for a comfort station, more for a lighting type of project to help with the evening activation.
Thank you very much. To close us off, we have Councilmember Say.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. This question is for Director Thielen. Can you share with us, and this is $117,869,688 question. Share with us the results about the voting for Ala Moana Regional Park, the best city park in the country. Are we the winners like the zoo?
The voting just started. We will send you folks links so you can vote on that. I think it definitely should qualify as the best, although I think all of us sitting in this room have our own special park that we would place higher than that.
But this will be for the total USA, so get the link for all of the general public who is watching this hearing this morning. And let's be a winner, okay? Thank you very much. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, members. We will now close up with DPR and move on to our last department. Thank you very much, Director, and thank you to your team for being here. We will now move on to DPP, which is our last department. Before we recess, once again, it will be DPP, then a recess, then we will come back with the Department of Information Technology, Department of Facility Maintenance, Department of Design and Construction, and Department of Human Resources, and then we will move on to agenda item number 2, our legislative budget review. Mahalo. All right, 1, 2, 3, yes. Okay, welcome, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for this opportunity to go over our operating budget. So just as an introduction, DPP continues to execute major fundamental improvements to provide timely, effective services to the public while carrying out our day-to-day departmental operations. FRF funding is being used for most of the major improvements outside of this operating budget. Our operating budget is vastly salaries for our planners, inspectors, permit reviewers, engineers, GIS, and administrative staff, comprising 74% of the total budget and 26% in expenses. Our operating budget is not much different than last fiscal year's and offers no major surprises. So we will go through these basic, the summary of our changes, budget issues, vacancies, overtime, and revenue. So looking at the summary of changes from fiscal year 24 to fiscal year 25, the position count has slightly reduced by the elimination of some personal services contracts. Salaries and wages increased slightly by 4%, mostly a result of the recruitment and retention incentive increases for engineers. 27% increase in current expenses is mostly due to a request for $5 million in Bill 1 grants for Bill 7 projects. This is up from the $3 million request from last fiscal year. Equipment increase of $31,000 is for a new vehicle for our building inspection. And overall, this is a 9% increase in operating budget for a total ask of $37,976,000. Turning to our budget issues, broken down by divisions, these are mostly salary and personal services contract issues with one exception. Under administration, we have a civil service position for $68,500 salary, and this is for the Oahu Historic Preservation Commission archaeologist / administrator. There's also under administration, personal services contracts for executive assistants, and the other services, the $5 million for the Bill 1 affordable housing grants. Under the site development, customer service, and building divisions below, they all indicate monies for engineer recruitment and retention incentive. And then lastly, under the customer services division, we have personal services contracts for 4 new building permit examiners to help with the backlog, as well as customer services representatives that will also help to focus on customer service while plans examiners can focus on reviews. Next, vacancies. So we have 100 vacancies, 13 of which are deactivated. 22 are on the uncreated list, which require reorgs, which we are working on. And so we basically have about 62 positions that we are actively recruiting for. And the breakdown by classification of these vacancies, we have 27 planners, 20 engineers. Those are including the 15 or so plans examining engineers on the commercial side for building permit, 27 inspectors across the board, and 14 administrative positions. And just to give you an idea, in fiscal year 2024, we had approximately 37 hires to 29 separations, so we are net positive. And we also had 22 promotions or reallocations. With regard to overtime, just to give you an idea of what this overtime is used for, under administration, it's mostly used for HR, making sure that we are continually hiring and keeping up with payroll, et cetera. Under site development division, that overtime is used for backlog on whether it's subdivisions, wastewater issues, roadway and drain and sewer inspections. Under the land use permitting and planning divisions, most of that overtime is used for evening community presentations. And then for customer service division and building, that overtime is mostly used for the building permit backlog. Turning to revenues, just looking at this overall, the fiscal year 2024, it seems to be a dip, but we believe that this projection for 2024, which we are currently in, is somewhat conservative. It's a combination of projections as well as year-to-date numbers. So we do think that once we are complete with fiscal year 2024, that bar should come up more in line with 2023 as far as building permits and the other revenues. And I would like to note that STR registrations in 2024 will be half of original first-time registrations in 2023. So that accounts for some of the change. Non-conforming use certificates for short-term rentals, which are renewals, are every other year. So that accounts for maybe a little bit dip every other year in those revenues. And then with regard to fines and forfeitures that are up from fiscal year 2023, in the current 2024 fiscal year, we have STR fines are up to $872,000 from a previous fiscal year of $153,000, and building electrical fines are up from about 700,000 fines in 2023. Currently, we're at about 1.2 million in fines collected. And that basically is our presentation, and we are here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First up, thank you, Director. First up, we have Council Vice Chair Kia Aina, followed by Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam.
Thank you, Director, and thank you so much for working for the pertinent committees on, a lot, actually. Zoning, of course, before Chair Say's committee, and of course your help with revising the land use ordinance through Bill 64, as well as addressing the backlog. So I just have a couple of brief questions relating to both vacancies and revenue. First, on the vacancies front, what is the status of the career deputy position? You only have one deputy, correct?
Correct. So the second deputy is actually posted for advertisement currently. It opened up, I think, last week and will close at the end of this week. I hear that there are already some applicants. So we will look at that and we will review and try to hire for that position.
Okay, and when do you anticipate that person coming on board?
From what I understand, after the position closes this week, maybe it takes a couple of weeks for HR to qualify the applicants, and then we can look at the qualified pool and we will have interviews, so maybe within the next month or so.
And will you be making the final determination on the hire?
I believe so. I think there's a committee that reviews and interviews, and then they provide a recommendation, and I will look at that recommendation.
Okay. And with regard to the other vacancies, I think, again, I applaud you for all of your doing with regard to the backlog, because I think that seems to be the crux of the problem for many of our residents, both within the residential and commercial categories. And once, I'm assuming within a year, you anticipate in a year, hopefully we'll be back to just zero, hopefully within a year?
Yeah, well, definitely much shorter review times for
both commercial and residential, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so having said that, I know that you have some ARPA funds for, that you guys are going to be using to help with that plan review section, correct?
Yes.
And when is that contract going to be coming on board?
So that is actually, I think in the last week, the procurement, it's on the street. So I think there's a 30-day posting time.
Okay, good to hear. But with regard to the overall vacancies, when you add 25 and 8, that's just 33 out of the vacant positions. So I think you need more help, and you need to have probably higher benchmarks to try to clear that 100.
Yeah, I mean, we have a lot of other things that will help with that, you know, whether it's the hiring and then the ICC code reviewers. We're looking into AI, which it's a pilot program that within 4 months, we're going to get some help, some tools that will also help with the backlog.
So I guess what I'm recommending that you do for fiscal 25, you need to be more ambitious than 25.
Right, to fill.
You need to fill,
Yeah.
You should be decreasing the 100 by at least 50%. I just am recommending that. And then lastly, on the revenue section, just explain to me, what does this mean, the building permits? Is that how much money you generate from building permits, and then 30 in the green?
Yes, the green is the plan review fees and building permit fees.
Okay, so where do these fees, where does this money go? So your budget request for fiscal 25 is $37 million, and you're projecting to get $30 million in building permit fees and others. So where does this money go for the revenues that you derive? Does it go back into DPP or the general funds?
It goes back into the general funds.
Okay, but you're kind of self-sustaining. I actually probably never really took notice of this. It's quite significant.
Yes, we generate quite a lot of revenues.
Okay, got it. And so we need to make sure with that generation, we need to make sure that it's working like clockwork so the taxpayers feel that they're getting their money's worth.
Right.
When they pay the fees, okay?
Okay.
But keep up the good work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Council Vice Chair. Next up, we have Committee Vice Chair Wire, followed by Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director, for the presentation and all the work you're doing in the community. I was curious, how did we arrive at the $5 million for the Bill 1 grants, the affordable housing grants?
So we looked at what the projects are currently in the pipeline with DPP. I think there's 40 total, and then if we project out the number of units, we come about 5 million. So we're hoping to get all those pushed through, and so they can take advantage of those grants.
Okay, so the $5 million would cover all the ones in the pipeline if approved, and then some, or pretty much?
I think pretty much, maybe a little less, but the majority of those projects.
Okay. And then can you just remind us, how much of the $3 million did we get out from last year's grant?
So I believe we haven't, and you know, they're required to have a certificate of occupancy, so we haven't at this point, but there's still time. I think there's 8 currently that are approved, so we're hoping that they'll get to that point so we can issue those grants.
Okay, so then does whether or not Bill 3 passes in its current form affect whether or not we'll get the $5 million out?
I don't think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and then on the STR fines, I'm just curious, so was it 872,000 you said, was that collected or assessed?
Collected.
Okay.
Yeah.
So has it generally been, have folks generally been compliant with paying their fines?
I think it's a mixed bag. It's challenging, especially with the STR violations, but we're working on different ways to collect and enforce. Yeah.
Has there been any issues with, because one thing that's come up in the community has been not just the illegal operations, but then the lack of registration. Do we see any, I guess, progress in that sense, or is that kind of on the side since, you know, the illegal ones are probably taking most of the time?
So that is definitely on the in the schedule of the many things that we're doing with short-term rentals. We are also soon to have a new STR registration platform that includes enforcement. But I think once we set that up, then we will be able to say, I think we need to, we may have to do some rulemaking so that we know how we're going to push this out and say everyone needs to comply. Otherwise, we're going to start enforcing against unregistered. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then last question I had at this time was just relating to, I know that there's legislation pending across the street giving us greater authority in terms of how we can respond to non-conforming uses. And I think it stems in part from the court order. And so I just wanted to see if you could provide a little clarity, because I've gotten some concerns from folks that maybe have nooks registered, paying their fines, maybe in residential or elsewhere, which is a small number. Is that a part of the department's plan in terms of phasing out, or what is the focus right now?
So I think I think that is well, there's like 800 nooks, and the general idea, I think, based on the last STR ordinance, is to, at some point, residential should be simply residential and not have short-term rentals. But I don't think that's something that we're looking to quickly enforce upon. I think there's a lot of discussion within the bill and others about how and at what pace or at what time we would want to kind of move out those nonconformities. But I don't think it's something that we are greatly concerned with in the vast, all the different challenges with STRs.
Okay, and I ask it because as not the expert, but I'm trying to wrap my mind around, because I think the court order created a whole new class of non-conforming uses. And I just wanted to make sure that that's kind of the focus versus going through and getting rid of maybe, just the very small number of already operating, long time operating members of the community.
Right. Yeah, I think you're right. It's more about the time, the 180 days versus the 30. So not necessarily the nooks, but the ability to rent short-term 30 days or less. Yeah.
Appreciate that, Director. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Councilmember Dos Santos Tam, followed by Councilmember Tupola.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to actually first thank Vice Chair Kiaina for very insightful questions about DPP revenues. I did the math, and this year DPP looks like it's going to be about 80% self-sufficient. And if you look at last year's projections, they were about 70.5%. So that's a great increase, which I appreciate seeing. Based on the projections from FY23, they were roughly on par. And so I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that if we can get permits out the door faster, we can collect more permit fees and get close to being on par. And I think that would help the department a lot in reaching its goals. I wanted to focus on my questions on the revenue side. When DPP collects a fine for, say, a violation of the short-term rental ordinance, where does that fine go?
So under the law, I understand that it does go to a short-term rental fund, but I believe that money does go back to the general fund.
And then, so for a violation of, setback or some other development standard, where do those fines go?
That would go back to the general fund directly.
So DPP, your inspectors who go out and cite things, DPP doesn't get almost any of this back?
Through the general fund, but not
eventually
necessarily directly. Yes.
So the better your inspectors do, there's no ability right now to sort of incentivize them to do this, and otherwise you got to come here and beg us for your appropriation every year.
Yes, I think Kauai County has a specific fund where short-term rental goes directly back to their team, and they are able to take advantage of that and do conferences and get more tools for enforcement. So I think that's something that we would like to have too. Yeah.
So on the building and sort of development side violations, if you were to get more directly out of those, what are some examples of things you'd spend that money on if you were able to use those fines more directly?
Probably training for staff. We definitely need training, but we could use it for some of the bigger violators and concentrate more money and efforts towards really going after some of the scofflaws, equipment for staff. There's plenty of things we could do with money.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Dos Santos Tam. Next, we have Councilmember Tupola, followed by Council Chair Waters.
Aloha, Director. Thanks for being here. And of course, all your hard work. I did ask you a bunch of questions in the planning committee, and I won't ask those again, but I had one follow-up because I think Councilmember Waters said, you know, how are you trying to incentivize? Because it's really hard to hire for DPP, and you said we have differentials. Could you explain to me what those are? Like, is it just like a little bit of an increase, or is it like a housing stipend?
So for the engineers currently, we do have a shortage differential. I don't know what the percentage. Yeah, we don't have the exact percentage, but that has been in place for, I think, at least a year. And then as far as this budget, we're hoping to increase another percentage for engineers.
So when you say you increase a percentage, does that mean just the amount that you offer for their salaries?
Yes, a percentage of their current salary. Yeah.
Oh, I see. Just a thought, and I don't know, you know, you'd have to work with HR on this, but I do know that each of the departments for hard to fill positions are able to do the hiring bonus, which is not necessarily a differential, but I know for a particular department, which isn't going to come to us till tomorrow, that it's quite a bit, and it's over a period of time, meaning that it's like 25 grand when you sign on, but then it's over a period of time as you kind of commit a year or 2 years, and it's to help with housing, to help with relocation if they're getting people to come. But would that be something that you might think will help? Because I do know that you need people, but I wonder if just the pay differential is not enough on a piece of paper and maybe a signing bonus. What is your thoughts?
Yeah, no, I think that's a really good idea. I think we've kind of talked to, or, you know, looked at that too, and that might be something that we can explore more. I think you're right. We need that more incentives just to take a look at us and give it a chance, and that kind of makes sense the way it's kind of scheduled out. So thank you.
Yeah, it's the first department I've seen do that. And so I think it would not just help you to get them on board, but because they're giving the bonus out over a period of time, it helps people to stay on longer. So at least for 3 years, and then they disperse the bonus as they continue to reach benchmarks in the department. I know you put that you want to fill 8 prior to June, and then 25 for fiscal year 2025. And I know that, you know, Councilmember Kiana has stated that, you know, to be more aggressive, which I think is true, but I personally feel like it's more of a realistic number, seeing as though your last goal was 80 and we filled about 16. So I think in order for us really to get to that goal of maybe 50% of your vacancies, which would be 50, right? I think we got to do something with some type of hiring bonus or like housing stipend. My second question was, in regards to, I guess, the positions you have, one of the other departments did a deactivation of positions so that they could better balance their budget. Do you see that being a benefit maybe because there's 100 open positions to deactivate some, or what is your thoughts on that?
I think that just generally we are just very under-resourced for all the things we need to do. We would have to look at what those positions are and how it would affect all of the different changes and the permitting backlog, but I think we would definitely consider that and go back and look closely at what could be deactivated if necessary.
Yeah, and that particular department said that as soon as they got, you know, someone that was interested in the position, they were able to activate and hire through it. But then by not having a huge amount of positions vacant, then they could actually move their budget around better as opposed to holding some with the salaries. So just another thought. I mean, there's many other things you have to do besides manage your HR and move around positions, but it's actually one of the most important things that we need because the human capital or the warm bodies moving at DPP is what makes the whole thing work. So thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Tupola. Next is Council Chair Waters.
Thank you, Chair Cordero. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Have you considered a student loan debt incentive program to attract and hire recruits?
Yes, I was thinking that that's a really good idea. We want to talk to HR about that, or see. I think that's I mean, even myself, I've used that for my degrees, and I think it's a great way to, if you're doing government service, that you can take advantage of that. Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad that you're thinking about that. I'm told that you have 43 out of the 100 positions that have never been filled. Is that accurate?
Yes, and I believe that's because we did get a bunch of new positions in the last 2 years ago, and then there were some prior to this administration that were added. So it's a matter of filling those, or some are reorg. yeah, the reorgs, the ones that we got in the last couple years, we are working on those reorgs so that we can fill those positions.
Okay. Is it also accurate that 36 out of the 100 position vacancies are in the building division? And of those 36 vacancies, 20 were never filled?
That sounds probably right. So within building, when we talk about the 15 engineers that we recently, well, in the last couple years, we received those positions and we have not been able to fill them. That's that challenge with the engineer hiring.
I see. So these positions are not inspector positions to improve enforcement efforts? Or is it that and the vacant engineer positions?
Yeah, I think that's and the vacant positions. Yeah.
Okay. I like what you're saying about the short-term rental enforcement branch to cite illegal vacation rentals. Earlier or this week, Director Kawano talked about the registration of the short-term rentals. Can you just give us a really quick update how that is going?
So from what I understand, I believe we have over 1,100 registrations. But again, yeah, we need to probably do rulemaking to figure out how we can enforce upon the non-registered. And then this, we're moving forward with a contract for the software that will help with the registration and the online enforcement. Yeah, I don't know. Did you?
No, that's good. Because we talked about 800 non-conforming use certificates, but all the short-term rentals that aren't hotels on the Makai side of Kuhio Avenue would have to register. Kui Lima in Councilmember Wire's district and others would have to register. And I think it's probably way more than 1,100 if you count everybody.
Yes, I agree. There's definitely that many that probably are operating and should be registered. Yeah.
I know you wanted to get the technological capacity up and running first, but when do you anticipate that happening along with the rulemaking?
We're definitely working on it now. We're kind of pulling together all the parts of the rules that we want to have as part of the STR rules. So it's a process. I'd like to go out in the next few months, but it's just, we just have to draft it up and get it out there.
Thank you. As Councilmember Wire pointed out, that recent federal court decision where certain homeowners are allowed to rent between 30 and 90 days. But if I read the decision correctly, they have to show that they were doing it prior to the, well, actually, what is it? Prior to us passing the bill?
The enactment of the bill, October 23rd, 2022.
Okay. How does the department intend to enforce that?
So at this point, based on the court's ruling, because of the complexity in how people will support their, that nonconformity and our ability to kind of go through all that information, we're just going to continue to enforce the 30 days across the board. I think it's a lot to administratively figure out, and that I think there could be a lot of challenges, legal and otherwise, so we really need to think that through. But for the moment, we would like to just, across the board, go back to the 30 days for both.
But presumably, even these folks would have to register, right? Who are renting 30 to 90 days, who are claiming that they are doing this prior to the enactment of the ordinance.
Yes, yes.
So maybe one of the things is have a checkoff box. Were you doing this? And have them attest to it under oath. And then make them prove it. Let's see your GET tax filing. Because if you were, you would be paying GET taxes on this. Just a thought.
Yes, nice.
Thank you. Good job on decreasing the pre-screen process. Appreciate that. What is the biggest obstacle to expediting the building permit review and issuance of backlog for affordable rental housing projects under Chapter 32? Basically talking about the Bill 7 permits. I know you said 2 went through, so 40 are still in the pipeline. At a previous hearing, which I think was months, if not over a year ago, one of the things you talked to this committee about, or this body about, was that sometimes the people applying for the permit weren't getting it right. Is that still the case?
So these are smaller developers, right? These aren't the more experienced, bigger developers, and so maybe they don't have the same resources that would help them understand the code, especially Bill 7, which is a different animal. But I think it's getting better, and we've made Bill 7 projects a priority within our department for review. So on our end, we are trying to quickly look through the plans to get it back to the applicant so they can address a comment. So I think, it's kind of like it was a steep learning curve, but I think it's getting better. So we're hopeful that a lot of these can be approved in the next year, or in the next year.
Fantastic. I know it's not your obligation to train these folks on how to submit their permits, but that was one of the mayor's priorities, and certainly our priority to increase the affordable housing stock. So maybe a thought is training. But also, the Building Board of Appeals has so many appeals. They are now scheduling into 2025. I know it's frustrating for both the developer and the community waiting for their decision. And by the way, really good job on that Sierra Drive appeal that went through. But do you think it'd be worthwhile to create another Building Board of Appeal panel? And if so, do you have the ability to administrate this a second, or would it be a second? Let's just say another panel.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the BBA is under charter, so we might be stuck with that. But I've been thinking a lot about what this backlog means at the BBA. A lot of it is in the last 2 years we have been really trying to enforce, and so that's why you have appeals, a lot more appeals than we did previously. But also, we're trying to look at what those appeals are. From what I understand, the BBA is getting some things that probably shouldn't be appealed, or shouldn't there can be some room for settlement. I mean, what I'm looking for is that people conform to the law and they follow the code. And if they're capable of doing that without going to appeal, that's great. So I'm having my staff work with CORE to make sure we vet these better. And I think that's going to help bring down the backlog too. So yeah, I think it's kind of more of an administrative thing that we're working through. And if it's still a lot, I think we can look at other ways of providing more appeals. But I really do think it's just kind of looking more closely at what all these appeals are. Yeah.
Has quorum been a problem with getting the members to come to the hearings?
I don't think it's been a major problem. These are all volunteers, as you know, so it's not always easy. But I think they've been consistently trying to meet at least, I think they meet twice a month, but at least once a month. But they've been great. I really appreciate the board and Chris Hong, the chair. He's done a great job. But I think that it's kind of growing pains, because prior to this administration and the step up in enforcement, BBA was more just like a kind of smaller issues, very different from like the monster homes issues. So there's just this whole adjustment. So even the resolution, I think it's helpful for them to kind of operate similar to zoning board or our other boards. So I think it's just a transition that they're going through. And again, us being able to better vet what's going for appeal, and if we can kind of take care of it before it's on the docket.
Thank you. And then lastly, there's a movement at the state legislature, both from the House and the Senate, to allow more density in our urban areas. do you think you could come before one of our committees and opine on, one, how that'll affect Oahu? And two, your opinion on whether or not that's a good idea. You don't have to do it today, but just would you mind coming to one of our committees, maybe planning and or zoning?
Yeah, sure.
Okay,
I would-
terrific.
yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Members, any other questions? Okay, thank you, members. With that, no further questions for the department. We will be going to recess. I will allow us to come back at 1:20. Not 1:20. That's 3 minutes. Sorry, hold on. Hold on. 2:20, excuse me, where we will start with Department of Information Technology, as well as Department of Facility Maintenance, Department of Design and Construction, Department of Human Resources, and then move on over to the legislative branch review as well. Okay, with that, at 1:17 p.m., I call this meeting to recess.